Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm here to present a session on Translate extension. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vera. I'm user Ata on Wikimedia Wikis. And let's start then. Here we go. I may not be the most experienced person to talk about Translate extension, but I can easily be the most enthusiastic about it. I'm really a fan, and I will try to convey my feelings to you today. So, what is the Translate extension? Um, as you know, MediaWiki is a software that has really many different things that help us use it, and Translate extension makes MediaWiki a powerful tool to translate every kind of text, especially on multilingual wikis. You can recognize pages that use Translate extensions by these markers. So MetaWiki is a most famous, I think, example of that. If you see this little button, translate this page at the top, and this pretty box of other languages that the page is available in. If you see this look, then translate extension is at work. Where it is used? It is used on multiple wikis, on Translate Wikinet, where we are able to translate the interface of our wikis, but also on MetaWiki, Wikidata, Wikimedia Commons, Wikimania Wiki, as you might have seen, and more. Please don't confuse it with the content translation, because this thing is not used on Wikipedia's and content as content translation is. What we usually translate through Translate extension is translating projects, contest pages, newsletters of different teams and affiliates and such. And also templates can be translatable as well if these templates are intended for usage on such projects as I have just mentioned. How do you start translating? You just look for that translate this page button, and I can assure you that it is, however small this button is, people do find it. I sometimes see really random users for whom translating something on MetaWiki is basically their first ever recorded edits. And this fascinates me all the time. But how to make a page translatable is a whole different story. We have special users called translation administrators who have technical permissions for that. By now, you might be thinking that I am explaining very basic things. If you are an experienced translation administrator, why would you need to know all that? I am hoping that this session will be useful for anyone who has ever crossed paths with Translate extension from different points of view. Translators on one hand, creators of the pages on another hand, and mainly translation administrators, and I will give you the points that I find useful myself, being all three of those instances at once. I have created pages, I have translated them into Ukrainian multiple times, and I'm a translation administrator as well. So first of all, let me just show my appreciation to this extension as a translator and as a Wikimedian. It's a nice and important extension. It allows me, let me be personal here, to bring closer some things that are going on in the broader Wikimedia movement to my own Ukrainian-speaking community. I take pride in the fact that Ukrainian community is always very active at different kind of elections, and I attribute that not least to the fact that we always have the basic pages translated into Ukrainian, and we can bring this very important information to the community in the language that it understands. An interface looks amazing for a translator. It has tiny blocks. It is a fairly easy system. You have your text to translate. You have your translation side by side. here it's how it looks like. I can use different useful buttons and tabs here. So I select Ukrainian as a target language. I can sort out the untranslated parts of the page so that I don't have to look through the whole of it. I can filter this list of separate sort of chunks of text for translation by the words that I need, like looking for the exact paragraph where something was mentioned. So this is how it looks for translator rather nicely. Here at the bottom, you can see the progress bar and see that several paragraphs on this page are outdated. Therefore, this orange part of the bar that indicates me that I have some work to do on this page, or someone else who is able to do that. When I press on a paragraph, I see this. So I can see that this translation may need to be updated, but it's not a very crucial thing. Basically, from this view, I can't even tell you what changed there. And I also see suggestions. This is the translation memory. Similar paragraphs were already used somewhere on other pages, and so translation memory helps me with that. I can always also choose in my preference to show suggestions in other languages, and here you see one of them, just for example. So really looks nice for me as a translator. Also, writing translatable pages is good for your skills of presenting information clearly. Both for native English speakers and non-native speakers, thinking about something with translation in mind allows you to formulate your thoughts more clearly in smaller sentences so that it can be easily translated to other languages, because all languages function differently. Don't forget about that. An original page and its translated versions stay in unison. If something changes in the original, the translated page will be outdated and it will show to people. So that's important. This is why I like this thing. However, this is a non-ideal solution to the broad multilinguality problem. It is not ideal in many ways. And I will just list you the weak points that this extension has as of today. And it is a long list. There can only be one source language. A page cannot involve in several languages at once, though if you have a French page as an original, you can set up the language of the page to the French, but then it can always be translated only from French language and not from anything else. Translated categories are cluttered and useless to some people. It is nice that they are created automatically, sort of, but they may not help or may not be as useful as people want them to be. Renaming translatable page can be a mess if it has hundreds of subpages. It's a very niche problem, yet it happens. Page administration requires lots of manual labor, as translation administrators in the room will definitely know. Special page preparation intended to help page translators is practically useless for very long and difficult settings. Let's see how the page looks when it has all the translation markup in it. It is definitely more cluttered than it would be without all that. And I'll take this opportunity to mark these two things to just tell you how they are called in our jargon. This T number is a translation marker, and it is put by the extension automatically there to just number the translation units. And translation unit is one separate chunk of text that is presented for translation. The weak points did not end there. Complex translation markup can be painful if you need to work with tables. When tags are added to source page, people who are not familiar with them can get scared away and discouraged from updating the page. There will always be a tagging mistake you will need to fix. That's actually a pretty common thing for Wikimedian in any case, but here it might be of different value. Fixing errors after your mistakes and others' mistakes can make you edit all the translations as well. Yeah, this is the third slide of naming all the bad things about it, and I will do that because there is no easy way to signal the translators that the change has happened. A change might be minor, and writing on a talk page of multiple translators might seem as an overkill in some regards. Extension lags sometimes and requires dummy edits. The memory is not always working nicely, and translators are frankly overwhelmed by the amount of work. There are lots of pages to be translated, and no easy way to know what is most recent and most important and what isn't. And then if translation administrator makes a visible mistake, then it adds work too. However, what do we do with a poor tool like that? We use it as best as we can. In spite of all these weaknesses, it still has its core strength, right? It allows people to translate things. And when done nicely, when translation administrator breathes deeply and does his or her work, translation extension with all the workarounds that we have for it works fine. This is my personal opinion if you want to know. I think of this extension as an old cat. It may have its illnesses by now from old age, but we still love it. As a translator, let me give several pieces of advice to a person who approaches a page as a translator. You need to prioritize your work. A page is not your 100% priority when its targeted audience is fluent in English. It happens sometimes. It will be mostly true for Media Wiki, for example. If you know that only developers will likely use that documentation page, then maybe it's not your priority to translate it. And if it is something that concerns broader community, then of course it is more important to translate that page. A text needs to be good as a text. Sometimes the fact that we have the page broken down into these small chunks prevents us translators from perceiving it as a whole thing. If there is a message, then it needs to deliver and not to be 100% exact as original, because languages are all different. You can use aggregate groups to translate exactly the topic you want to work on. You can open special language stats and see pages grouped by some topic. For example, different subpages of that are connected to current elections this year. They are all in one aggregate group. You can open it as one very long page and just translate it for hours on end. And you can reuse previous translations. Some things that repeat all the time will be the same. Translation memory will help you with that. But also you can use special search translations to search previous translatable and translated pages where something is mentioned. There are different glossaries. There is a main Wikimedia glossary. There are still some pages in for local language teams. For example, if your language community has set it up, look for it if it is available. And there are also some thematic pages, like movement strategy has their own page of terms listed there, so that can be helpful. And just basic search for other pages that might be connected and reuse the terms will help you as well. Since I've mentioned two special pages already, here is a special pages page on MetaWiki. And down at the almost at the end of the page, you will have this section, all the pages that are connected to Translate extension. The ones in bold are used by translation administrators only, but all the others will help you as an ordinary translator or editor as well. May I remind you that special pages are available on the left of the screen on the sidebar. Create, edit, or update a page always with translation in mind. You don't have to be translation administrator to help everyone with the work with the flow of this extension. Write clearly, speak human, write small sentences, don't use colloquialisms, and so on. Here is a link to the page where these guidelines are listed. Write with updates in mind. If something will change, try to word it in the way that will ease the updating of the page. For example, you can write a separate sentence for something that will be added there later, instead of rewriting the previous things. Use common existing messages. There is a category of common messages, little templates for common phrases that can be reused, like more languages. This is a template that basically shows a phrase, this message is available in more languages, and it is translated, and so it shows people that translations can be found in other places. Template edit section can help there as well. So there are already little things that you can look for. Translatable page has to be as stable as possible. So if you're setting up a contest page, for example, please try to write everything you can from the very beginning, so that when the page is marked for translation, it will change only if there is a dire need. It is not a good idea to have translatable content and user comments on the same page. And here is an asterisk, because I'm speaking about translate extensions. There are other ways of translating content on our pages, but exactly for this extension, it's not a good idea, because every comment that a person will add on the page will require the page to be marked for translation again. And this can be avoided, so please avoid it if you can. If an already translated page looks good enough, let it be. Don't be a perfectionist there. Some changes can just wait until something more dire happens. Move around translation markup. And here I mean move yourself. Like, if you don't understand something, if you're not familiar with it, don't delete it, don't change it. Just edit the text that you need, add a separate paragraph with additional information on the page, and so on. Visual Editor supports translatable pages now, so you will see the commented things, translation markers. There will be shown up as comments, so please don't delete those, they are useful. Here is a checklist for setting up a page for translation as I follow it. This is my experience, and I hope will be useful for you as well. Here is my sandbox page, like just to show you an example of how page that have to be translated later can look like. I have some section titles, I have a list, I have a little table, have a category, have different links through the page and an image. So let's go quickly through all that. Check whether page is stable. This is the first thing you will have to do as a when you start to mark a page for translation, and it's not necessarily to be a translation administrator to do that, but this is mainly for, so to say, TAs by now. Check whether it is stable, whether all the wiki markup, not translation markup, but just wiki markup, is in nice form in there, so that it is as stable as possible when you mark it. You put tag languages on top of the page to show that pretty box with languages later. You put blank lines after section titles. It is rather important. It makes it clearer for translator that this is a section, and it is a separate translation unit. So basically, you can put an opening translate tag on top of your page and closing translate tag at the bottom, but then we have some additional things to do. Add translation variables, so-called tvars. Different links get different treatment. Links to Wikipedia stay as they are because you probably want your translators to localize that and put links to their own language Wikipedia, right? But external links that will not be changed regardless what language of translation they will be in have to go into translation variables, so that when the link is inside these tags in the source code, the translator will just see a little word link that will indicate that the link is there and will not have to deal with the whole lot of link markup in the translation. Special my language is a nice prefix that has to be used in front of any translatable page. In theory, if it is not translatable yet, but it will be, you better use that prefix so that when a person clicks that on a translated version of the page, they go to their language version. And break paragraphs into smaller chunks. Paragraphs may be long. People like to translate smaller things. It's just emotionally easier. One sentence is okay, 2 or 3 if they are short, but please give translators whole sentences whenever possible. Don't go into the other direction of breaking the page into very small pieces, because not all languages work the same as English do, right? So we need to have the whole idea, the whole sentence, to be able to translate it properly. Let's look at this sandbox page again. And I'm sorry that it has this very small font, but you can recognize the links, right? I'm linking Lorem Ipsum at the beginning. I'm linking Wikimania submissions for some reason. There are different types of links here, right? And at the bottom of the page, below the edit field, you have this toolbar with different translation tags as well as other tags, so they can help you. You have the translate tags, the languages, and tvars tags here to help you with inserting them. Here is how the page will look like after my tagging. So languages on top, translate tags embrace every chunk of text that I want translated. So I'm leaving out the name of the file, for example, because it is unnecessary for translator to see that if they will not change it. I am putting all the links into tvars, the links that have to be unchanged regardless of the language, right? And the email is also in the translation variable, so that it is not changed accidentally into something that people cannot use. This is actually not as bad as it could be. And you can see the second paragraph is broken down, as well as the first one, as all of them, into smaller chunks of translation. You can see the closing tag, translate, and then the opening tag right after it. It will still look as one paragraph on the translated page, but it will be it will look as separate translation units for translation, and it is a little bit easier for translators with that. So excluding non-translatable markup is a rather important thing. It avoids the clutter for translators, because if they don't need to change something, they just have to go around it, and it takes more effort. Put each list item into its own translate tag pair. This is also done in these thinking about translators and making things easier for them. Categories go outside the text. They don't have to be translated as other things. They are translated in this way. They're using the magic word. Use anchors for section titles if they are referred from other pages. Because if you are linking to a translatable page to a section on a translatable page, and give the link of with the hashtag and the English title of this section, this link will not work for the translated versions of the page unless you put an anchor there. This is something that sounds stupid, pretty much, but it's something that we still have to do. Preview the page, look for the translate tags or anything else unusual showing up in the text. Sometimes if you are excluding all the additional markup from the page, you might lose some opening and closing translate tags. It helps for me to just search on the page for translate and opening and closing tags, and just look if the numbers of them are the same. But yeah, if something is wrong, you will see it on preview. Translation aware transclusion of templates and pages is a thing. So if you want a template on your page or a transcluded page to be shown in other languages as well, you will have to mark those for translation, and not forget to have this check of transclusion allowed there. Just be aware that it is the thing. Previously, we needed to use a separate template called TNT for that, but no more. So it's something that became easier for translation admins lately. Then you save the page, you press the mark this page for translation, check if all the units look okay to you, and if they don't, you go back and edit your page again before you are actually marking it for translation, because you don't need to create unnecessary work for translators. I think we can agree on that. Unit markers, those letters T with numbers, are assigned automatically. You don't have to put them manually, you don't have to change them manually, and you don't need to worry that these markers are on the page in their numerical order. It doesn't matter. The system understands how they should be given on the page in the translated version of the page. So don't worry about those. Most of the times, you don't need to worry about them. Stop for a second and congratulate yourself for good work, because by now it is really good work that you've done. Then you press translate this page, check if all the units look okay to you as a translator. Even if you're just an English speaker and you don't know other languages, you can choose translating to Polish, for example, and just check if everything is okay. If there are no broken things, or at least things that look like broken links there, anything unusual that you can spot up before all the other translators spot that up, is important. So please do that. You can press notify translators if needed. This is done on the page of marking the page for translation. I know that not all admins use that, and not always, because what it does, it sends a notification to all the translators on this wiki that are signed up as translators, and these are hundreds of people, if I'm not mistaken, and it sounds like a lot. So it is usually used for really important things, right? But you can call translators in whatever other methods you use on translational, the mailing list, using talk pages of the users that you know. If you need to have updates in only several target languages, right? And so on. Add a page to an aggregate group. This is useful for people who translate multiple pages in bulk, and also looks neat, when all things are in order. And again, congratulate yourself for good work, because you have done well. And this is the third part of the checklist that is always done by the most sturdy of translation admins. And there are not many of those. Here it the same sandbox page of mine, how it looks for a translator. So I see it untranslated here, and here is a little button that can be used not by translator, or not only, but by you as editor of the page, or a translation admin is adding documentation for this particular translation unit. And it is a very useful tool, especially when you are hiding into translation variable something that is not obvious. If you are using a term that is not obvious in meaning, from my experience, I remember the troubles we've had with the word equity the first time it started to be used. And so here you can add the documentation on how to translate this particular unit of text. And it is useful, and it is important for translators to have that. And the last part of the checklist, what should I do then? Excuse me, I will try to show my slides again. All right, last few slides. Adding documentation, I have already mentioned. When the text is updated, a translation admin will have to mark the page for translation again, so that all the changes in the source text are forwarded for translators to work on. Check if the units are marked as needing to be updated. Only when necessary. We'll see that on marking the page for translation as the checkboxes, and sometimes it is needed and sometimes it isn't. It is up to you. Just pay attention to that. If units are split, please update existing translations yourself if you can, because this is a manual thing and not a creative thing and not a translator's thing. If you had two sentences in one unit and now you have two separate units, this is something that usually can be done by the very person who is splitting this unit as a translation admin. And if you know that it has to be done, it is easier for you to do that than to gather dozens of translators to do that in their own languages one by one. Here is an example, and I'm not saying that this is a bad page and it's being marked for translation, but here is an example what happens when something is split. So IP masking and changes to workflows and the date previously were in the same unit, and now these are separate units. This is something that I understand why it is marked as fuzzy for me as a translator, because using the brackets is not the same in different languages and so on. But this is something that can be avoided, or should be, or just please be mindful about that. Use Fabricator for reporting bugs, meaning very harsh things that prevent you from using the extension. Some are known for a long time, but you can subscribe to those and add new info. And here I mentioned two that I am following most closely. Most awaited fix is adding the anchors automatically, and it hopefully will happen in the future. Old one about the translation memory not working in certain cases has its workarounds in different places. For example, there is a template sold exactly for translating tech news, which are a weekly newsletter. So if you're translating tech news, have a look at that. And if you're a translation admin maintaining something as repetitive as tech news are, you can use that as a template for your own workaround, maybe. We have needs, and Translate does not meet all of them yet. Here I'm listing four of the needs that other people that I've talked to mentioned to me. There should be a way to translate the page, and all of the templates it uses easily, just like aggregate groups are. Special preparation could be more useful. Echo notification would be great, but this is something that we just need to push. Mm, Language and translation team at the foundation will definitely help. I am not aware whether these examples here are already listed on Fabricator or not. This is just that I know people are talking about. But what we do need, we need to move our oral and folk knowledge into some written form. So if any of you would like to help on that, that would be great. What I did not talk about in this session, and there is lots of things to talk about: the Translate Wiki and how it is used for non-Wikimedia things. The templates, they are a whole different story, not so different, but other things are to be said about that. There is a need of balance in using templates on pages for optimization. The style of marking things for translation sometimes differ, and we can have a friendly argument about which are used, because the docs may not be coherent in all their instances. But help is always out there, and I hope that you'll be able to feel better about the translate and how you use that. First put mask on yourself than on others. This is something that helps me, and hopefully will help you. My personal thanks to people who helped me while preparing this thing, and always with work on the translate extension itself. If you have your favorite people, users who can help you, that's great. We are a community. Um, there are pages that will help you with working on the translate extension. The documentation is always there. Other pages marked for translation you can open in editing mode and just use it as a cheat sheet. And Metatalk Babylon is for those of you who want to ask questions in person. It is monitored by some very experienced translation administrators, so don't hesitate to write your questions there. This is a phrase that I've heard recently about our experience with Translate extension. We're practicing equitable inconvenience here. Everyone is a little bit inconvenienced by it. But in the end, when we do our parts, when editor creates a page nicely and translation administrator nicely does the markup and translator nicely does his or her job, the result is the usable translated version of the page in multiple languages that can be used by a broader community. And this is our goal. And I hope that the sheer understanding of everyone doing their job, so to say, in a good way, makes us a closer community and makes more people engaged in what we do. Thank you for your attention. I hope to make you feel better. So do let me know if and why, in your opinion, I succeeded or not. You can find me anywhere. And do please write on those talk pages like Metatalk Babylon that I mentioned before if you have questions on Translate extension itself. Thank you very much. This is it for me. And I think we're out of time.
Hello everyone, I'm Nicola Stanovsky. I'm one of the most active members of Clan Macedonia. I will be talking about our education program along with my colleague Natasha Nedanovska. We divided our activities and our progress so far into two parts. I will be covering one part of our major programs, one of at least six major activities or accomplishments we did so far regarding our education program, and I will be presenting in the following 7 or so minutes the seminars we did so far and some of the major activities we did up to now. My colleague will continue with the rest of the program. So let's begin with the first major activity we did this year. The first activity we did, the major activity we did this year was Meet Serbia. It was a project or an editing month challenge for Wiki Club members in the Republic of Macedonia. It took place from 20th of January and lasted until 20th of February 2022. It was organized by Glam Macedonia with the cooperation of Embassy of Serbia in Skopje. The activity of the challenge lasted for 1 month and it resulted with great success. During this month, we had 23 participants, active participants that contributed on Wikipedia, and we had 1,206 newly created articles regarding Serbia. We selected five most active participants, and for these students or users of Wikipedia, the Embassy of Serbia in Skopje prepared a special ceremony, and it was on 23rd of March, where the ambassador of Serbia gave appropriate awards. I will continue my presentation with the seminars we did so far this year. The first one was the seminar in the school of Goce Delchev in municipality of Aerodrom in Skopje, where we had 10 new teachers trained to use and implement Wikipedia in their education process. This seminar was held on February the 18th, 2022, and along besides the main topic, we had a special seminar for media literacy on Wikipedia, which was held by Tatiana Gogoska, Master of Communication and Sciences. Similar to this seminar was the seminar held on March the 18th in the village of Vevčani near Struga, where 21 teachers were successfully trained on media literacy and Wikipedia usage. Besides our main activists, Tatiana Gogoska was also present there. Besides the main topic on media literacy, the teachers were also introduced and trained how to use Wikipedia in their education process. The next seminar, which was held or organized by our organization, was the seminar for teachers in Kuzma Josifovski Pitus school in Skopje, where 34 teachers were successfully trained on the similar topic as the previous two ones. It was held on the 30th of June, and we had another guest who was speaking. That was our colleague Anna Vishnova, and she was also talking about media literacy besides Tatiana Gogoska, who was also present in the previous seminars. Similar to the seminars for teachers, we had training sessions for students or new members who wanted to be part of this our global movement. We had 11 new members trained in the primary school of Josip Broz Tito in Skopje. I would like to pay attention to two more activities which I think are quite important for our process and our movement here in Macedonia. It's the Wiki Senior project, which was started which was started 1 year ago, and so far we have 8 new editors, senior members, and who altogether created 110 articles. We have a special project page on Wikipedia where they enroll, and they are trained by our active members, and they are encouraged to contribute to the movement. The last activity I would like to pay attention is the article by year project. It's a contest as a joint project with Shared Knowledge, another organization in Macedonia. It was an event that lasted from April 18th until May 8th, and we had altogether created 42 new articles, and they were editing on different topics divided by year, something which was missing on our Wikipedia. So far we had a great success, a great accomplishment, especially regarding creating new articles, new content on Wikipedia in Macedonian, and more follows with our colleague's presentation, Natasha Nedanovska.
Hello, I'm Natasha Nedanovska, Macedonian language teacher in a primary school and a member of GLAM Macedonia as an educational educator and coordinator of Wiki Club Ohrid. In this address, I will talk about several topics related to the activities of the Wiki clubs through the country, as well as their cooperation with GLAM institutions. Wiki clubs are a successful educational project we held from the 2016. So far, we established 8 Wiki clubs, but 2 of them are not so active. The most active Wiki clubs in the first half of the year are Wiki clubs in Skopje, Veles and Ohrid. According to Outreach Dashboard Wiki Club 2022, Wiki Club members have more than 5,800 edited articles. On March this year, we have meeting with new Wiki Clubs members in the primary school Josip Broz Tito Skopje in order to train newcomers on how to edit Wikipedia. 11 new members were trained. As a sign of support for people struggling with the rare disease, in February we have the national campaign Getting to Know Rare Disease 2022. Our Wiki Club Ohrid will have 1 month additional marathon for editing articles as part of the national campaign Light Up for Rare. This is the 4th year in a row that Wiki Club Ohrid dedicate the month of February to enrich the content as well as editing articles of the Macedonian language Wikipedia to raise awareness about the disease under the motto so that those who know about rare are not rare. 28 new articles were created on Macedonia Wikipedia about the rare disease this year. On the 14th of March 2022, there was an editathon with the theme Celebrate Women. The activity was part of the Global Celebrate Women call, which take place during March. The editathon had 41 participants, which made a total of 239 new articles. All participants and their articles are created in one day. The activities were held in person in 3 cities, Skopje, Veles and Ohrid, plus many editors get involved from their homes online. In Skopje, Coordinator Anna Vishinova organized workshop for Wiki Club members in National Gallery. 8 young students were introduced to their art in which the main subject is the woman. The curators from the National Gallery lead the students through the rooms where the works of art were exhibited. At the end, the participants create articles about Macedonian women artists. In Veles, there was gathering of Wiki Club members and seniors, and together they create articles about women artists. In Ohrid, in the same time, Wiki Club Ohrid members were actively involved in creating articles about women artists as well. On the 1st of April 2022, there was an editathon with the theme International Roma Day. The activity was part of the Global Call International Roma Day Editathon 2022. The editathon had 27 participants, which made a total of 128 new articles. On 24th of June 2022, there was an editathon with the theme World Refugee Day. The activity is part of the Global Call International Refugee Day Editathon 2022, which took place from 20 to 26 of June 2022. The editathon had 19 participants, which made a total of 51 new articles. Wikicamp Mavrovo 2022 was a successfully and professionally organized camp for underage students for editing articles on Macedonia Wikipedia. The Wikicamp lasted for 3 days from 6th to 8th of May 2022 and took place in Koraptornica complex in the Mavrovo region. 40 students from primary and secondary schools in Macedonia participate in editing Wikipedia articles in the Macedonian language. During these 3 days, they created 353 new articles on topics about flora and fauna on Macedonian Wikipedia. Among other activities of the Wikicamp, lectures and trainings took place and collaborative workshops and on advantage Wikipedia editing. There was a lecture about the way of conducting expedition field research in the field of geography, nature, agriculture, cultural heritage, architecture, and archaeology. The students also had the opportunity for an organized walk in local cave Sharkova Dubka, and as well as a lecture by graduate ecologist Ikmet Egupi from Mavrovo National Park. On February 2022, in Ohrid, we are continuing with collaboration with the National Park Galičica by sending Wikipedian in residence. First activity occurred on 2nd February with workshop and editing Wikipedia. Wiki Club Ohrid had a workshop in the National Park Galičica workshop entitled A World Without Swamp is a World Without Water. On the same topic, the students wrote several articles on Wikipedia in Macedonian language. The collaboration with the Natural Museum in Skopje, continuing with with creating new articles about butterflies and wasps living in Macedonia. This month, GLAM coordinator Anna Vishinova started negotiation with the Museum of Macedonia and the Museum of the City Skopje in order to sign agreement of collaboration and to start with planned activities. In March 2022, in Ohrid, there was a workshop organized by Wikipedian in residence in the National Park Galičica. The workshop took place on 31st of March. Participants were introduced with the lecture of topic Amphibians and Reptiles in Galičica National Park. The lecture was led by Edi Frčkovski and Aleksandar Minev from IDSB, and the host of the event was Angela Taseska from UNPG. The lecture was attended by students, members of Wiki Club Ohrid under the mentorship of the coordinator Natasha Nedanovska. After this lecture, enriched with materials and information from the field of herpetology, participants enriched Macedonian Wikipedia with articles for the individual species.
Okay, great. So we see our videos now, but will we see our slides as well? Here we go. Great. Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session today. Our session is called Can We Interest You in Trying Something New Together? How we introduced a new software feature to editors through a community-driven campaign on German-speaking Wikipedia. My name is Lena, and I'm a product manager at Wikimedia Germany. I'm the product manager of the Technical Wishes project, which is a project that develops MediaWiki software, which is the software that runs Wikipedia. And with me today is my colleague Johanna, who is our community communications manager. And we brought with us today a case study about a challenge that we experience quite often in our work. And we'd like to talk about how we try to overcome it. So first of all, we'll talk about this problem that we've been encountering. Then we'll look into how we plan to solve it. Spoiler here is that it was through a campaign. We'll also talk about how communication played a role in all of that. And then we'll look at the results. So did we achieve what we hoped to achieve? We also think there will be time for questions later. So if you have anything, just put them in the chat and we'll go through them at the end. So first of all, the problem. For this, we'd like to take you on a bit of a thought journey. So imagine this. Imagine you made something really cool. Maybe you organized an event, maybe you did an analysis, maybe you created a tool or something completely different. And imagine that you actually want everyone on your wiki to know about it. You're writing maybe little announcements or pieces for your village pump and some other pages, but there are hardly any reactions there. And maybe you're worried that no one will actually look at the thing that you made. And this has certainly happened to us and the Technical Wishes project. And what you can see here on the slide in the graph is the amount of people that commented on our latest feature releases on German Wikipedia. So you can see there's sometimes no one commented, and the maximum we got is that 8 people commented. So that feedback rate is pretty low. It could, of course, mean that what we released is absolutely perfect and there's no need for feedback, but that's probably not it. So unfortunately, with feedback rates like this, for us as a software team, it can be difficult to understand how many people actually saw the feature, how many tried it out, and how they experienced it. And in general, we do actually want everyone to know about the new features coming from our team, and we want to get feedback from as many different types of people as we can so that we can improve the features. But as you know, there are many, many really cool projects out there, important announcements going out, and it's hard to get people's attention just because of the sheer amount of information that is out there. And we've noticed that usually the people who do end up giving us feedback are people who are experts, more experienced users that know us and know our projects, and not so much newer editors or people new to our project. And we do also want feedback from those groups of people.
Yeah, so we thought today we'd like to share how we tried something new, hoping to change all that. And to give you a bit of a backstory, in June this year, we gave the German Wikipedia a pretty cool feature that's called Cartographer. I guess some of you know that already. A Cartographer is a MediaWiki extension that allows you to add maps to wiki pages fairly easily. And we as a team cannot take credit for Cartographer. That feature has already existed on most other wikis before, but not on German Wikipedia. So what we did was to make it usable on 5 wikis that didn't have it yet, including German Wikipedia. And yeah, it's a pretty cool feature, so we wanted people to get excited about it. And yeah, how would we get there? Click. Yeah, so in the past, we mostly announced software changes, stuff that we did in our projects with text announcements. And for this, our hypothesis was, maybe just reading about a new feature and then trying it out on your own is not very attractive to some or most people. So we thought we'd try something else. We thought what sounded more promising was a space where people could, first of all, learn how the feature works, try it, maybe even together with others, and also support each other in doing so. So for the first time ever in our project, we made a campaign for a software feature. And the idea of this campaign was that people would get more maps to German Wikipedia together. So it was actually not a competition about who makes the most maps or who makes the best maps. Instead, it was about having this collaborative space about exchange and community. And ideally in this space, if you participated, you would see the cool maps that others made and get inspired. You would show off the cool maps that you made also, and you would gather with people who are interested in Cartographer with others, see maybe is there someone else who struggles like me or has overcome some struggles who might help me when I run into a problem. So yeah, we planned this campaign. Of course, we also set some goals, what we wanted to achieve with it. Those were basically the 2 main goals. First of all, we wanted people to know Cartographer exists now on your wiki. That announcement should not just be drowned in the general flood of information. And then we didn't want people just to know that that it existed, but to actually start using it. So basically to start creating maps with Cartographer on German Wikipedia. And then as a second goal, we also wanted to hear feedback from the folks using it. Is it working for them? Any improvements needed? Which ones are most important? So our campaign centered around these 3 pillars that I had mentioned before. Learn how, try to use it, and support each other. And yeah, let's see how we did that. Starting with the second one, try it. That's how we did it. This is actually a screenshot from the campaign page, and at the heart of that campaign was a community-generated list. I hope you can see it if you really look at the screenshot. At the bottom of that page, there's a list with color indicators and icons to see the status of the maps that have been added. So basically here, people could add maps to that list. They could add maps that they had already finished or maps that they were currently working on to make that more transparent, or sometimes people could also add requests for maps that they wanted others to create because they really wanted that map, but they didn't know how to get there. And at the top of the page, you see there is a counter. We were hoping to make it more motivating for folks to try Cartographer if they saw, oh, there are only so many finished maps, I want to kick this number off, or maybe there are so many cool maps already, I want to be one of the people who made maps here. That's about the triad. Then, of course, you can only use Cartographer if you know how to use it. So we made an extra pane dedicated just to learning how Cartographer works. That was a fairly comprehensive page. We made an overview of all the existing documentation and put a lot of effort into structuring it for hopefully easy access. That's like this table of contents here, trying to give a little overview. We made a few how-to videos to give people an easier introduction to the software, also for folks who like maybe more visual approach. And then we collected some examples of code for copy and pasting to make it easier to get started. Yeah. And then we had this last aspect, support each other. Maybe you're wondering, why should the community support each other if you're the tech team behind making this feature available? But we, as the technical wishes team, aren't actually map experts. I mean, we've worked on making Cartographer available. So from the research we did, obviously we know some things, but the real map experts are in the Wiki community. So we were hoping with this campaign that contributors would support each other. To achieve that, we prominently added a forum to the Wiki page where people could just ask questions, report problems, discuss anything around Cartographer and maps that they felt necessary just to discuss. And yeah, it's basically just a simple talk page, but yeah, we hope to basically inspire people to use that forum by putting it there. And then last but not least, not one of the 3 pillars, but just as important maybe, we wanted it to be fun. We wanted people to enjoy the campaign and to want to make maps, basically. And from previous conversations with community members, especially with those who are fairly new to our project, so to the wikis in general, we know that the typical wiki page with its design and huge amounts of text can be quite overwhelming, actually. Maybe you remember that yourselves from when you started working on the wikis. So we added some colors, another font, some visuals and videos to our page. And we also gave the whole campaign a name that was a bit more fun than usual. So we called it Kartensaison. Kartensaison is a wordplay on the German term Gartensaison, which means gardening season. But Karten also means maps in German. So basically Kartensaison means map season. And it is sort of means planting maps in German Wikipedia, which is what the campaign was about. So yeah, a bit fun and also quite fitting. And yeah, speaking of reaching more participants and visuals, we also added alt text for accessibility for people who are using screen readers. And we would like to encourage you all to do the same, or keep doing it if you're already doing it. Yeah, so that's what the campaign could do and was supposed to do, but how would people even know that it existed and they could be a part of it? As mentioned before, we wanted as many people as possible to become aware of that cool thing that was now out there. So we had a pretty big communication effort. And a few months earlier, actually, we had a workshop with a group of editors from German Wikipedia, and several of them were pretty new to the Wiki projects, or more on the casual editing side. And yeah, we learned a lot about what they struggle with when it comes to announcements. So wanted to share that with you here. Check if I'm still on the right slide. That's great. Yeah, so here are the 5 biggest problems basically that people talked about and also sort of agreed on that they are big problems. And the first one is that announcements are usually too long. If I am a person who can only dedicate a small part of their day or week or month to wiki work, I do not have time to read all those long announcements. And then the second part is that announcements can be pretty boring, especially visually. So if I'm reading only text, I'm not feeling super invited. At least that's true for a lot of people. Then the third point is that maybe also because of all the text, it can sometimes be hard to figure out what am I actually supposed to do here? What is the call to action? Am I supposed to just read something or notice something or actually do something? So the wish was that it should be visible at first glance what is actually expected of me. If not, maybe I'll just ignore that message completely and just move on. Then overall, announcements have a tendency to be a bit dry. So of course, depending on the topic, it makes sense to have more of like a matter-of-fact tone. But in general, people said they feel much happier to participate in something if it seems like that something might be fun. They might enjoy it themselves. So it would be cool if announcements would also transport that. And last but not least, if I'm not that type of editor who visits the Village Pump frequently, I would probably miss that something's even going on. So, yep. We did a few things differently on our announcement for this campaign to try and improve that. And here's the announcement that we used for this campaign. And what you can see here is that we tried to make the text more readable. So you can see, well, we cannot actually see that because you don't know the previous announcement, but maybe you will believe us that the text is shorter. I mean, I must admit, it could still be much shorter, but yeah, we're taking baby steps here. The text is structured into lists to make it more readable. And also, usually in our announcements, we want to give some additional information about our project and where to give feedback and that is still here, but we've put it into a smaller font at the bottom to give also the text a bit of hierarchy. Then you've probably spotted the call to action already. It is very easy to find because it is a super visible button. And overall, the announcement is not so boring anymore, I would say at least. Clearly, there's more than text now. At the top right side, we added a playful video teaser, which is a cute animation where maps are growing like flowers and there's like spring-like music in there. It sort of sets the mood for the campaign already. And apart from that, we also added a few more images to show what cartographer actually is and to help people assess if this announcement is even interesting to them and they want to look into it. And yeah, I mean, maybe you're wondering, why are you even talking about that? That is like common sense. We all know that. And I guess also most of that was known to us already. But yeah, from experience and also from looking at most announcements that we see on the wikis, also from others, I think it's a good thing to remind ourselves of all of this every once in a while. So yeah. And then there was one last problem that we tried to fix with our announcements, which was about this whole, I missed the whole thing, basically. People who are not very active on Village Pumps, etc., would not even take wind of what was going on. So for this project, we tried two different things. First of all, we did some research and thought long and hard which wiki projects within German Wikipedia would actually have a particular interest in adding maps to their articles. So we reached out to them and alerted them that they now have this cool new feature to use. One of them, for instance, was the Wiki project for small countries, or the Wiki project Botany, and several others. And then we also ran a banner. For campaigns, banners are not unusual at all, like Wiki Loves Earth, Wiki Loves Monuments, Wiki Love Love. They all have their banners, which makes sense. But to advertise a software feature, that was a pretty new thing. So yeah, we were excited to see how that would turn out.
Yes, and so this is now the last part of our case study, which is looking into the big question: did it work? Did we achieve what we hoped to achieve? Go to the next slide. Yeah, so just a recap of what we were hoping to achieve with the campaign. We wanted people to know that Cartographer exists, and we wanted them to start creating maps with it on German Wikipedia. And in particularly, we wanted a broad range of editors to start using Cartographer. And we also wanted to get feedback on Cartographer to understand what's working for people, what needs improvement, where are the biggest problems. So, next slide. Yes. So we were happy to see that people did try Cartographer, and more than 1,800 maps have already been created with Cartographer on German Wikipedia to date. So that's since June of this year. And that's a pretty high number, considering that maps are not needed, let's say, on every article. But there is a caveat here. We don't know for certain how many of these maps can be attributed to the campaign. So what we do know is that about 1/10 of the maps were registered on the list of the campaign page, and we had 71 people who were doing that. But it is possible that some people used our campaign or the resources we offered to make a few maps with Cartographer and then register them in that list, but didn't want to repeat that process of registering them for the subsequent maps that they worked on, because we did get some feedback partway through the campaign that this was also a bit of additional effort to list them there manually, and it got a bit tiresome after some time. And it may also be that they saw the announcement or the banner and the resources we offer and didn't see a benefit in listing what they were doing on the page, but we're still using the resources to create maps. And both of these are fine with us, of course, because ultimately our goal was to get people to use Cartographer and not necessarily to be involved in the campaign. And there's no easy way to find out what really happened there. And if people use the campaign as a stepping stone, but we still felt it was interesting to see what people did register their maps in the campaign. So here we go. So to us, it looks like registering maps in the campaign seemed especially appealing to people with less than 1,000 edits. And that group made up 43% of the people who added maps to the campaign. And that's the first red-ish bar you see on the graph there. And the green bars are people who commented on Cartographer in the forum or on the talk page of our help page. And yeah, you can see there's also quite a lot of people from that group of people with less than 1,000 edits. But the most actually came from the group of editors with 1,000 to 10,000 edits. And that's quite an interesting insight. So even if the number of people who registered their maps on the campaign page was only a small percentage of all the maps that were added to German Wikipedia, it seems like the campaign at least motivated people with a relatively low edit count more than others. And what about feedback? We got lots of feedback. So 44 people gave feedback, and here you can see the graph from the beginning, which maybe answers the question that was put in the chat about the axis there. As you can see, yeah, we had a much bigger number of people giving us feedback than we usually do on our features, which is great. But feedback is also a tricky thing. So, you know, there are many places where feedback can be left. And since Cartographer was an existing extension, many things had already been reported on places like Fabricator or other help pages or the extension pages. And we also knew from the outset that Cartographer had some issues, some of which we hope to solve, some of which we might not be able to solve as a team. And that was understandably also a bit of a disappointment to hear for editors trying it out for the first time and encountering those issues. So that did require a bit of expectation management and a lot of coordination to make sure that we weren't re-reporting issues that already had open tickets and things like that. But still, getting this feedback and even getting feedback that existed already was helpful for us, ultimately, to understand what the biggest issues are for the German-speaking Wikipedia community. And that is crucial for our next steps, where we plan to make some improvements to the Cartographer extension. And that would also be rolled out to all wikis. So ideally, all wikis will benefit from our work there. So that brings us to conclusions. I see they're already on the screen. So in general, we'd say that the campaign was a success. Lots of maps were created in the end. We got lots of feedback. The participants that joined the campaign supported each other, and we gained some valuable insights also in who we reached with this campaign. But it does seem like the campaign was not equally useful for all groups of editors. So it seemed particularly beneficial for editors who haven't been editing a lot yet. And we also wanted to highlight that as people who run campaigns themselves know, this was a lot of work to put on. And if you do want to run a campaign, reserve lots of time for filing bug reports and answering questions and all that jazz. And we also realized that if we did this for every product that we work on, it would end up being overwhelming and also lose its kind of wow effect. Can just imagine how many banners that would result in. But there is some good news. We also wanted to share some general takeaways that we think can be applied beyond campaigns. So one is that announcements maybe can be more interesting, have more structure, more visuals, and a clearer call to action. And some fun is always nice. Give your project pages some more color, some more visuals, less text. Invest a bit of time in understanding which groups might be particularly interested in your news and target them directly. And invest in a good collection of helpful resources to share to get people started. So that's, I think, it. And we can have a look at questions in the chat.
Yes.
Johanna.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I've scanned the questions in the chat from that interface that I have here. Unfortunately, I only see the most recent ones, but I've noticed every now and then that especially Jan asked a lot of questions. Thanks for that. I was wondering, looking at the time, we have like 2.5 minutes left, more or less. If maybe you could add or like ask out loud the most important question that you would have on your mind, looking at or trying to look at Jan in particular. If there is one. Otherwise, we would really like to know if you think this is an approach. Yeah.
I think I see some questions as well from before. I remember maybe I can briefly answer some of those.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm in a different setup.
I have multiple screens open, so I think I can see the previous ones. But so there was one question about whether making this international might have been useful. And I just wanted to say that we did think about that as well, about doing it both in German and in English on the international level. But in the end, it was both a question of our main target group. So who were we trying to get interested in Cartographer? So as we said, Cartographer was already available on most other wikis. It was actually only, I think, 4 wikis that didn't have it yet. And German Wikipedia was one of them. 5. And so we decided to focus on German Wikipedia also because of just a matter of time and energy, because making it available in multiple languages would have required more effort. But you're right that potentially on that level, we would have had more supporting editors who are familiar with Cartographer. But we have also gathered input from the international communities on what we should work on. So it will flow into what we prioritize in terms of improvements. So we're not only looking at German Wikipedia users. And then there was a question about whether the Kartenwünsche were competing with the Kartenwerkstatt or it was complementary. And we also notified the Kartenwerkstatt about the campaign and asked them for their input on it. So we can say that from our perspective, we saw it as complementary. And the Kartenwerkstatt still is necessary because they work on maps that are far more complex than what Cartographer, for example, can produce. So very much complementary from our perspective.
Yeah. And if I can add, we also reached out to them before we actually started the campaign because we knew that they had more expertise in the whole map making sphere. So we wanted to hear their thoughts before we actually kicked off the whole thing. Yeah, and Jan, thanks for putting the questions in the Etherpad. Yeah, we will have a look at them and then reply there. We have officially run out of time. Thanks a lot, everyone. for joining the session. And yeah, if more questions come up, please do put them in the Etherpad and we will have a look. Also, if you have answers to these questions here, we would also still be very interested in hearing your thoughts. Cool.
on. With disturbance and I'm sorry, I had to reconnect my internet. Are we on yet?
We
Yes?
are on and we're listening to you. All good though. Good luck.
Okay, great. Sorry for the delay. So welcome to this panel discussion on leadership in Wikimedia. Today we want to introduce you to the work that the Leadership Development Working Group, that will be the panel today, is going to do and already did. And the plan for this little session is to first spend 10 minutes giving you a bit of an overview of what this group is, and then dedicate the rest of the session to a Q&A where you can ask any question that comes to your mind. And for that, we'd kindly ask you to put those questions in the chat. So what are we? The initial impulse for the foundation of this group came from the Invest in Skills and Leadership recommendation of the Wikimedia Movement Strategy 2030. And we've been founded since in June, as I'll show you later. We are a global and community-driven working group, and as such, we are quite diverse. So we represent all 8 major geographic locations, are quite diverse in terms of language, gender, and experience in the movement, both in sheer years of experience and also in the roles that we've taken inside the movement. Why do we exist? What's our purpose? We try to unpack the meaning of leadership for our movement, and so in relationship to the communities and the experiences that we have, because it's quite a complex topic and with a strong cultural variable. In keeping with that, we have to understand our communities first, otherwise we can't really develop meaningful plans for developing leadership. And then we want to find a path for leadership development that we can follow. So this is just what derives from this Invest in Skills and Leadership recommendation from the 2030 plan. This is what this group is for. Why leadership? Why is this important? Why did they even come up with this recommendation in the first place? The idea behind this is that investment in people's leadership has shown to successfully boost project efficiency and make movements more sustainable. This is what we hope we can do with leadership. Specifically, we believe that many domains could benefit from this, like just the on-weekly participation, resolution of conflict, organizational development, project management, partnership development, and many more. So there are a lot of perspectives and applications for this once it's established. So I already gave you the purpose of the group. The group has been set up for, Gilbert, would you please mute yourself? Thanks. We have a tenure of 1 year. So we were founded in June this year. So in 1 year from now, we've got 3 goals. The first one is to draft a definition of leadership, because we need a foundation on which to work. Based on that, we want to develop a plan for implementing leadership in the movement. And for the rest of the time, we want to guide the implementation of said plan, whatever that will mean. This is a bit of the timeline that we had. So as I said before, we started our work in June this year. And first we started setting up the process in which we would work. And in July, we started with the actual work on the goals, because we figured out that the definition was crucial to all the other goals. We started with that, and we're almost finished now. So we did a lot of storytelling, building consensus and understanding the different contexts in which leadership develops, because as I said, leadership is quite complex and there's a strong cultural variable, and we use the diversity in our group to make the most inclusive definition possible. We did that by having weekly discussions. So we met every week, and we also did asynchronous work, as you might expect. So now it's August. We've almost finished making this definition. We are in the final steps of finalizing it, and we'll share it shortly with you so that you can review it. How can you stay involved and updated? So we have a MetaWiki report that will give updates on our work every other month. We also set up a thread in MS Forum. I think yesterday we started our first post to open that. I'm not sure if that's online yet, but this will come if it's not there yet. And we need your feedback. This is crucial to our work. We will publish our definition on Meta, and you can then post your review there. We'll also take your feedback by other channels like the talk page, as I said. Social media, we'll have one-to-one conversations if there is a more detailed discussion that you want to have. And we'll also have community calls with more participants, sort of like what we're having right now. And if you want to have a steady inflow of information, you can sign up on Meta or send an email to leadership working group at wikimedia.org. And now we can use the remainder of the session to answer your questions, whatever they may be. And for that, I'd like to give the imaginary microphone to my colleague Nitesh and end my overview.
Thanks, Jan. Thank you so much for handing over the call to me. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. Quickly, my name is Nitesh and I belong to Punjab, India. I have been a part of Wikimedia movement for 8 years and I am a member of the Punjabi Wikimedians user group. For the last 3 years, I am also working with Center for Internet and Society's Access to Knowledge program, and I am also one of the Leadership Development Working Group members. So now quickly, I would like to thank the Wikimania organizing and program team who gave us this opportunity to introduce our vision in front of the dedicated participants. I welcome all the panelists from the Leadership Working Group and the audience to contribute to the session. Thank you for joining us, and who are not able to join us, those can watch the recording afterwards. Now we just switch to the session to save our time. Thanks again, Jan, for the brief presentation. It was really amazing. Here we are going to start question answers. So I will ask a few questions to all panelists, and if anybody feels comfortable adding something to the questions or answers, please feel free to add. Also, I request to the audience, please write your questions in the chat box so we can take those questions directly and finish the session on time. And it would be also great if you could also add your username, user group or region details along with your questions. So I think let's begin with the questions. So, welcome again. I first of all, I request to all panelists, before answering the question, please introduce yourself briefly, and then let us know why did you personally choose the join this group. This group means Leadership Development Working Group. So, if I would ask start from Nada. Nada, can you are you comfortable to answer? Go first.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nada Al-Farra. I'm a doctor from Palestine. I'm a member of the Wikimedia Levant user group and Wiki World Heritage. I contribute to medicine and literature and art on Wikipedia, Wikidata, and Wikicommons. I started my Wikimedia journey back in 2018, and I started it this year as an editor, as a workshop organizer, and now I am on the Leadership Development Working Group. And I hope this group provide and the purpose that it was made for. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nada. Thank you so much. Goodness, would you like to go next?
All right. Thank you, Nitish, and thank you everyone for joining us. I am Goodness Solutions from Nigeria. I am a librarian and a member of the Igbo Wikimedia user group. I'm also a member of the Ombuds Commission and a member of the Leadership Development Working Group. One of the reasons I joined this group is to contribute as a Wikimedian, participate, and gain more experience. Secondly, to be a voice that represents my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Goodness. Francisc, can you go ahead?
Sure, I can. Hi, everyone. My name is Francesc. I come from the land of Valencia. And well, my involvement in this group, I believe it's a natural consequence of my long-time involvement in the Wikimedia movement for more than 40 years now. And as some of you probably know, I was quite involved in the strategy process, in the second iteration of the strategy process back in 2019 and 20. And as we all know, there's a recommendation of the recommendation set, which I believe it was a great outcome of our work back then, that recommended us to develop leadership in our movement. I believe that the leadership is something that appeals to many things, such as capacity building, leadership itself, to resilience, to understanding ourselves as a movement, to understanding ourselves better. And this is something that we will develop in our session today, but I believe that there are many, many things to win for us by understanding how leadership is developed in our movement, that we all know that we are a movement of our own, and you know, it's we are something very specific in the world, so definitions made by others don't fit for us. So that's basically why I joined the team.
Thanks, Francisc. Jan, you already introduced yourself, but if you can also let us know why you joined this group, that would be great.
Oh, yeah, sure. So first, again, I'm Jan. I'm from Germany. Right now, I'm joining you from lovely Tallinn, actually, because I moved to Estonia. In Wikimania, in Wikimedia. So I think I've joined 2 years ago, but I haven't been this active over the last year. But I'm a biochemistry student, so I'm mostly involved in science. And why am I in this leadership development? When I read about this recommendation for leadership development, it was already natural for me to join, because I think leadership and soft skill development is something that the movement can really benefit from. And I think I did have to bring something to the table there.
Thanks, Jan. And your internet is also not stable. You can fix it, please. Okay. Ray, you are the last one. Could you go ahead?
Sure. Hello, I am Ray on Wikimedia projects, go by the username Vermont. I am a steward, I'm an admin and check user on MetaWiki and Simple English Wikipedia. I'm also a UCOC drafter, and now on the Leadership Development Working Group. I personally chose to join for a handful of reasons. The majority of my work so far in the movement has been exclusively in enforcement processes. I have very minimal experience outside of enforcement processes and stuff like that, and working on something that is much more, I guess, affiliate focused and sort of like grants focused and community development focused, and the more small projects is something that is quite fun, an area that I hope to help out.
Thanks, Ray. Thank you, everyone, for your introduction and answering the question. So, okay. So, Jan talked about 15 volunteers in his presentation. So, I would like to ask, how were members of this group selected? Francis, are you comfortable to take this question?
Sure, I am. Yes.
Okay.
Well, when it comes to the membership of the people, I was trying to reply in the chat box thing, but of course we have to jump. If I'm honest, I must say that my involvement in that is that I made a proposal and I got selected. No? So I don't know the details, let's say, but basically it was an open application process. I believe it was announced everywhere, we could say. And it was reviewed anonymously. And indeed, in Meta, I checked the names of the people who reviewed it. It was a selection of people, some coming from Wikimedia Foundation, some coming from the communities, etc. And as I said before, the only thing that I know is, okay, so it seems that my application, what I wrote there was consistent enough to convince the people, so I got selected. And when it comes to the actual composition of the group, we have 15 members, although we must say that soon we will be one member more. And that's a little bit the issue. We have all the regions in our movement represented. The original objective of the committee, if I remember properly, it was at least 12 people and at least one from each of the regions. We have all the regions covered and we have more members than 12, and I believe that's something good. And that's a little bit the situation of the membership in our committee.
Thank you, Francis. Now I will go back to Goodness. Goodness, I want to ask, what has the question done so far in 2 months? Like Jan already talked about goals and plans in his slides. So how will you answer about this? What group has done in 2 months?
Okay, thank you, Natish, for that question. And like Jan rightly said, we have 3 goals. One of the goals is to draft a shared definition of leadership to create a leadership development plan and to guide the implementation of leadership. And we intentionally spent time to build a common purpose and goal, and also to find alignment with each other. The group stated the ground rules to interact, communicate, and be familiar with members through various platforms for communication and to complete tasks. The leadership development working group is close to finishing the first goal, which is a shared definition of leadership. And this definition is not ready now because we're still working on it. And when it's ready, we'll reach out to all of you to give us feedback and suggestions to upgrade our definition and make it global. Thank you.
Thanks, goodness. And I will request all the panelists, if anyone has something to add, please raise your hand and you can add in that question. So I'm going ahead. So, sorry. Okay. So, okay. So, Nada, what has the working group learned so far about working together and about leadership development?
So we have learned a lot, actually, as the highlight of this group, of this working group, is diversity. Diversity is a great way to enhance efficacy and effectiveness that allows us to examine our goals at many diverse levels and brings different skills to the table. We also learned that every opinion is valuable and a great milestone. So we learned the importance of constant decision making. As I mentioned earlier, it's diversity. So we get to hear different stories outside our community and see different cultures. We also learned about new platforms and tools to enhance teamwork and productivity, like Miro and Asana. I personally didn't know those apps before, and it was a great chance to deal with them in action. We also learned about resilience and understanding of members' needs. With regards to the leadership development, we learned that good leaders exhibit certain characteristics or qualities that can be learned or owned through experience and continuous training, such as self-awareness, self-development, ability to develop others, encourages strategic thinking and innovation. We also learned that leadership doesn't apply only to the individual level. It's a collective effort and can be applied to the group level. We are an example. There is no leader here. We are a group. We communicate with each other and reach to a decision based on everyone's opinion. So yeah, that's basically what we have learned so far, and we hope to continue this learning process.
Thanks, Nada. Thank you so much. And okay, so you talked about a few things, how you are working together, and there are a lot of things which you have learned, maybe all of the members learned. So you also talked about some leadership thing. So I would like to ask about why is leadership even important? Is there a need for leaders in the moment? Francis, would you like to answer this?
Sure. Well, as I said in my small introduction, This is something that was already discussed during the second iteration of the strategy process, 2019-20. And well, I want to remind, I mean, there are some dangers here. No, the first danger is the word leader, because you know, through the human history, we've seen many times some people claiming to be leaders, but there were people who had no good intentions towards others. So let's say that leader is a word in a little bit dangerous. But still, there's a need for leadership in our movement, and I believe that I mean, since the very beginning, no, the small community that started almost as an experiment in 2001 to what we have built so far, I believe it's pretty obvious that there is leadership in the Wikimedia communities, and that the leadership has been developed inside the Wikimedia communities. So basically, we are having, and perhaps I'm getting a little bit away of what is the opinion of the whole group, and I'm making more of a personal statement. We are working more as social scientists in the sense that we are identifying, what's going on, what has been going on in our movement so far. And that's also addresses some of the questions that have been put in the chat. I mean, we have leadership in the online communities, in the offline communities. We have leadership in meta organizers, and we have leadership in partners. No, I mean, we have skills in our movement, and those skills talk to capacity building, talk to leadership itself, talk to understand how the Wikimedia movement works, talk to resilience, not to make our movement more resilient for the future, etc. So basically, this is, I mean, I believe that that's why it's important. It's important because basically we are doing a job of understanding things that have always happened in the Wikimedia movement, and that's why I believe this is important.
Thanks, Francis, for elaborating the answer. So, if Ray, you could add something, because we didn't hear anything from you as of now. So could you add, please?
Perfect, cool. So as for whether we need leadership in the movement, I know it kind of sounds like a rhetorical question, like, oh, of course we need leadership. However, when you talk about leadership in like the traditional, like political or like group focusing definition of the word leadership, the one that is not used specifically in Wikimedia, it often has incredibly negative, incredibly like group against group or cabal-esque results focused on competition rather than an attempt at global cooperation. And from the Wikimedia context, something that I've tried to kind of make sure we reflect in our definitions, because we have discussed leadership, we've also discussed what is good leadership, and then what is good Wikimedia leadership. And then from there, we can kind of work in towards leadership development plan. But one of the thoughts that I've tried to push is that good Wikimedia leaders are facilitators, they're mediators, they're peer mentors. They do not give people a vision, they help people find their own vision.
Okay, thanks, Ray. And Jan, if you would still like to speak in this specific question?
Yeah,
or you
sure.
have... Okay.
I think Ray made a very important point that the traditional understanding of leadership is not what we're working on here. One of the main goals of this group is to sort of dismantle the misunderstanding that leadership is tied to hierarchy. I think one of the questions in the chat was what kind of leaders we're talking about, like SOC masters and admins. This is not what this is about. Those are hierarchical figures, and Ray made it very clear that leadership is rather a question of facilitating and not being someone giving commands because they are higher in hierarchy, right? You'll see this reflected in the definition. This is I see this as the main point of the definition being made.
Okay. Nada, and you want to add something or want to speak something?
Yeah. With regards to the question that if do we need leaders? Well, I think we will think of this question as monocracy. It's not. We are talking here about actions. We are talking about groups levels. We are not talking about one person that leads the others. No, it's not levels or who is supposed here. No, it's just the process of working that we are talking about.
Okay, thank you. Great, thank you for everyone's contribution.
Yeah, hello. I want to say, now I have written a chapter, I think it's better when I say it directly. I would say now, as I hear that, maybe then it would be better to name this use another name instead of leadership. Why not using, for example, the term facilitator or something like that? I think that would be a better term. It would lead to a higher acceptance for what you are doing, because especially in Europe, or that's my experience, that the Wikimedia communities are critical regarding leadership. So there they want a lot of freedom, or I see it in German Wikipedia there. They want freedom and don't want that other people tell them what they have to do. And so I think it would be great if think about maybe using another term instead of leadership.
Thanks for jumping in. Ray, I just saw your hand raised. Could you answer this question or
Cool.
distort?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I definitely understand and to some extent agree with that sentiment. The word leadership itself has very negative connotations in some areas. But the difficulty is that if we switch to just facilitators or just peer mentors or just mediators or just insert other words here, because we do have a lot of those terms in our definition, we define them and we define their attributes too. That wouldn't get the full picture. Like, yes, leadership does have bad connotations in some areas, but that's also why we are defining what good Wikimedia leadership is and how good leadership manifests itself in Wikimedia projects. That's why our definition isn't just copied from Google. We're doing stuff to kind of ensure that we are properly informed in our future steps by creating a definition of leadership that goes in some ways directly against the generic definition of leadership. Yeah.
Thanks, Ray. Anybody has something to add, or we can switch to the next question? Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a side note. I agree with what what the predecessors have said. Also, there's a large body of literature and sociological science being done on this term. So changing the name to something else wouldn't only like lose a bit of the scope of the term, but also work against sort of the academic progress that has been made. So that would be a bit hard to reference the literature here.
Thanks, Jan. Thank you so much. So, okay, we have less time, so let's do it quickly. So I will go back to goodness. Because we are discussing a lot leadership here. So I would like to ask, how did you come up with the definition, and what process did the group follow for that?
All right, thank you, Natish, for this question. And each step of the drafting was under consent decision-making process. And in agreement, we discussed, brainstormed during our weekly meetings to identify keywords, qualities, attributes, actions, and mindsets that are important elements of leadership. We asynchronously and synchronously categorize these keywords to prioritize them into subcategories. We also use storytelling to share experiences of how leadership is seen in our diverse communities. We also created a shared definition of a shared document so that each member of the group can see and contribute to definitions and get responses from community members. We also discussed and resolved raised issues with the definitions and subsequently merged the resulting definition into its final form. And finally, after the process has been completed, the definition will be published and announced so that it can be made open for community feedback and output and input. Sorry, like my colleague Ray said, that the definition we would see is not a form of, is not a kind that we see normally. We would define this definition so that it would be a community kind of definition. It would ensure that community needs and different culture would be made possible or seen in the definition. Thank you.
Thanks, goodness. If no one have and no one has anything to add, then I just end up the session. Sorry, question answer part from my side. I just have last one question. So I would like to ask from Nada. It would be great if you will answer this question. How can community members provide feedback on the definition that the working group drafted, and also Goodness talked about those things. So would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. The working group is still in the process of creating a thorough feedback plan for community members. We are still in the process of creating a draft for our definition, and we will share our definition very soon via several movement-wide channels of communication. Of course, Meta is the first one. We are also exploring regional and linguistic community channels for outreaching and feedback platforms. Since we are still in the process of putting a plan for feedback, we might use mass messages, social media platforms, talk pages, maybe direct interaction with affiliate members, central notice banner, one-to-one meetings. So we haven't decided yet, but we still processing a plan for that. And we want to make sure that this is a very important part, because we want to hear from everyone. We want to know if there is a gap in our definition, so we can fix it and fill it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nada. I think it's a difficult task to get some feedback and get involved community with us. So best of luck for that. And now we have just 6 minutes to close the session. So we will take some questions from the audience, and we have a few questions there. So maybe a few questions already answered by Ray or Jan. Okay, so we have next question from audience. Can you please tell me an action within the Wikimedia projects you define as leading? Who would like to take this question? I can repeat the question. Okay. So question was, can you please tell me an action within the Wikimedia projects you define as leading? Okay, Francis, please go ahead.
Yeah, here I will go personal and I will share examples that I've shared. I mean, with the definition of leadership by our group is not yet public, but we have been working with that. We have almost a final product to be reviewed by the communities. And some of the inputs that I've been sharing while, the brainstorming process, etc., were examples in, for instance, the linguistic community I come from, the Catalan Wikipedia. And we have specific users that are very, very, very good in the things they do. Perhaps they've never been very active in international scenes. They haven't been very active while sharing their job. They have not been very active in affiliates, but they are people who are, I don't want to say names, but I believe that a lot of people know what the Catalan info boxes are. And that was made by a single person who had an idea. He developed that idea into our local community. We loved the idea, and not only we did love the idea, but other people around the movement in a totally horizontal way. They saw the idea once it was implemented in our community. They liked the idea, and now the info boxes that are linked to Wikidata, it's something that is very, very common in our movement, and that was thanks to one single person. And I believe that's an example of leadership. I mean, when he developed that, Amador, who is the name of that person, he wasn't, he was a member of the Catalan language affiliate, but he wasn't a member of the board, he wasn't the staff, he wasn't, let's say, anything special. But, he was a beloved member in our community. And he had an idea, he developed it, and people like it. And just as I have that example, I believe that we can point to other examples of other people who have been doing things and say, that people do good things, and they improve our communities. And I believe that that's, of course, this is not a definition of leadership, but this is an example of the people that we have had in mind while working on this.
Thanks, Francis. We just have 3 minutes here, and would you like to answer in few words for the next question? What makes leadership wider than facilitator?
I guess I should also answer that because I was put in the chat. I mean, for me, a facilitator is just one of the aspects that you might have as a leader. I mean, going back to the example of the people inside of the community that develop, in this case, it's not exactly to develop a gadget, but it's something similar. A facilitator is a very specific trait that means to facilitate among peers, etc. That's a good trait. That's a good trait that should be taken into consideration when talking about leadership. But you can lead in many, many other ways. And specifically, I believe that the problem with the word leadership is that we are thinking on a single person, like something very top to down, structure, a very pyramidal scheme, and this is not the case. I mean, you might be a sectorial leader in the sense that there are individuals that are leading in very specific things, and the leadership works both for let's say an all-around leader. So there are individuals whose involvement in the movement is very wide, but it should also fit our leadership definition, fit those who are very good, those individuals who are very good in specific things. So facilitators, let's say the facilitators are leaders, but not all leaders are facilitators. I don't know if I'm able to give a satisfactory reply, but this is how I see it.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Thank you so much. We have just 1 minute and we need to close the session. So thank you everyone for your proactive participation and your precious time. We appreciate your time, and thanks again to the organizing and program team who gave us this opportunity. If you have still some questions or you need some clarification or you have something to say, please email us on leadership working group at wikimedia.org. It will also put in chat box. So thank you. Have a good day, and thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you. Okay, thank you all the panelists and all the audience. So thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Library and Information Associations and Institutions, which very many of you refer to as AFLIA. And we have a big network of librarians, but I choose to call them information workers. So we have a big network of information workers and information institutions under the umbrella of AFLIA, trained, very legit skills, looking for places, looking for new opportunities in which they can apply their knowledge. And then we also have this grand project from the Wikimedia Foundation known as One Lib, One Ref. So where is the connection? Wikipedia has gotten a bad rap over the years for a number of reasons. So One Lib, One Ref, the basic premise is if every librarian could add just one reference to the resource that is Wikipedia, then it would be a more reliable source. And AFLIA has thousands and thousands of information workers under its umbrellas, who some were curious, some were very skeptical about Wikipedia, but then here was an opportunity. So I need you to imagine some central characters in this story. I need you to imagine the staff at AFLIA, Dr. Nkem, Doreen, and Stanley, very good researchers, very convincing people, very focused people. But I also need you to imagine Felix Nati representing the Wikimedia Foundation, yeah? And these are some of the reasons that each party is giving. As AFLIA, we had noticed that when it comes to how African information on Wikipedia is represented, there's a paucity of it. There's very little information. And then that is represented is underrepresented for a number of reasons on the world's largest electronic encyclopedia. And then there was a noticeable lack of local participation, and this could then correct the narratives that were out there. Yeah. We as AFLIA also had access to a large network of practicing information workers on the continent, information workers who have been trained and are very legit when it comes to their knowledge, and referencing and reliable sources are things that are really key to their professional knowledge, and they know these things. But we also needed to get African information workers into the open access conversation, to come onto that table, share what it is that they knew, let us know what they did not know, and how we could come together to then look at all these factors combined, and then be able to see how we can then participate in terms of contributing to One Lib, One Ref. So that is how One Lib, One Ref came. Now, you may think it may give the impression that we were the first to do it. We have colleagues all over Africa that had been doing it through their individual library associations or through their local Wikimedia communities. And I need to acknowledge our colleagues from Côte d'Ivoire for leading the way, as well as Ingrid Thompson in South Africa, who had been doing local One Lib, One Ref outreaches through LIASA. But then these were efforts that we knew about, but there had never been an effort to engage everybody on the continent under one single participation. So enter the African Librarians Week. And this was the first edition was held during the first lockdown. Not only were people looking at what to do, but it was also a good time because people had some time on their hands, time to attend learning sessions, time to ask questions, but time to also think about their future in relation to their jobs. So between the 24th and the 30th of May, we had our first edition. Then last year, we had the second edition of the African Librarians Week. And as I speak, just this May, we concluded the third edition. And these are the results, ladies and gentlemen. This is no joke. We let the numbers speak for themselves, but our results and the things that we have done are not only in numbers. These are the numbers because you can always go and check them online, but many of you in the audience are going to attest to the fact that somebody in your community, or if not even you, was able to start a local Wikimedia initiative after coming from the African Librarians Week. So in 2020, we see that only 19 articles were created, but we went ahead to add 10,000 references, and I'll be able to speak on that later. Then we moved on to 2021, still growing in numbers. People are now recognizing that they have to tell their stories, so they create articles, and they also clean up Wikipedia 4,200 times. We move on to 2022. People are still, the momentum is still on. It may have slowed, but we still have people creating articles. We still have photos being added, and we still have references being shared. These are our statistics on the dashboard. You can check them out, but we have other ways to show you how successful we have been. And during the course of participating in the African Librarians Week, we got a lot of feedback, very constructive feedback that we have been able to use to incorporate and to make further editions much better. So in our first foray into One Lib, One Ref, there was a lot of, we contributed more than 10,000 references, but then the feedback was that the quality of our contribution, while numerically it was sound, it was not that good in terms of the quality of references that were added. So after that, we went back to the drawing board, looked at the reasons why the quality of contribution could have been negatively affected, and we realized that much as we had trained our librarians, that training was only specific to the time that they would then be participating in the African Librarians Week. So later in the year, the Wikimedia Foundation was kind enough to consider our application for funds to facilitate the Wikipedia in African Libraries course. And we trained over 400 librarians. It was a very comprehensive course, teaching them about Wikipedia as a resource, as well as hoping that the knowledge they gained from the course would empower them to participate. And if you will look in the following years, it is these same trained librarians that are actually leading the change and the participation in their countries. And then there was also diversity and inclusion. Initially, we restricted the contribution and the participation to AFLIA's working languages, which are English, Portuguese, and French. But we also need to consider that there are other languages. One of the things that we really emphasize as AFLIA with the African Librarians Week, and even in our dealings, is we have to tell our stories, and some of our stories are best told in our languages. So we have still maintained English, French, and Portuguese. And in 2022, we considered Arabic. As we grow, and I know that we will then be looking at including other languages so that people can participate in the languages that they know and also enrich the content in languages that are understood by their communities. And our participation can be valuable to the communities that we represent. But we've also been considering other Wikimedia projects, for example, contributions to Wikidata, because Wikidata is now beginning to really look at references. And then we looked at the dimension of mobilization and participation. AFLIA is headquartered in Ghana, but AFLIA has a network that is spread all over Africa. In very many countries in Africa, AFLIA is the de facto. You can mention it, they'll know their library associations, and then their library associations will say, have you subscribed to AFLIA? So that is the power of the network that we have. But much as we have a network, people need champions that they can listen to, people that they can relate to one-on-one, and people who are easily accessible to them. So in comes the country champions. And I would like to move a vote of thanks to our country champions, because we would not have been able to witness the activity that we saw had it not been for the efforts of the country champions mobilizing the local information workers. So we have a network of country champions, and they include trained community members, community members meaning members in the information associations there, as well as local Wikimedians, because each one has something to learn from the other. And these normally act as local points of contact. If you're not able to get to AFLIA, then your country champion is able to sort you or maybe direct you to where you should be able to address whatever challenge it is. Then during the African Librarians Week, we always have coordinated trainings before and then office hours. It is 1 week of concerted activities, but we wish to support you further, so we have the office hours. And when it comes to mobilization and participation, we found that an aggressive communication drive that encourages local creativity was very key to the success. And then people say, so why are we participating? I mean, what is in it for me? Away from the fact and the individual pride that you have communicated to information that's valuable to your community, we also have rewards and recognition that we provide for top and outstanding contributors, and a number of information workers have been beneficiaries, and some even outdid themselves. But I would like to go back to some of the things that contributed to our success, as I've mentioned. I have mentioned the country champions. So we have a screenshot of one of our country champions. He was actually a student in the African Librarians Week, in the Wikipedia in Afrikaans course. And then we say that the aggressive communication drive that allows for creativity. So in the middle, you see a collage of posters, different librarians from different African countries committing themselves to participating and to contributing to the eventual success. So normally we encourage you to,
One.
3 to 1.
Right. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and good morning. My name is Stechi Precious Friday, and I'm a founding member of the Igbo Wikimedians user group, as well as a Wikipedian in residence at the Moskin Foundation. Just first of all, I want to thank everyone for making out the time to join the session this morning from my end, as well as thanking the Wikimania team for selecting my presentation. Okay, today I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to be speaking on a topic, building international corporations, lessons from Afro-curations. So you just give me a moment to kindly share my screen. All right. Okay, so I'm going to be giving you an intro, which is a brief overview of the Afro-Curation event, our main format, the main elements, who we are, the collaboration examples from the Afro-Curation events, our achievements from the various collaborations, and a whole lot others. If you can see my screen, I don't know if you can recognize the image on the screen. This is data obtained from Wikipedia in November 2011. This is an image of geotagged articles on the English Wikipedia. And this is from Mark Graham and a couple of others. So this shows you the various representations, like article representations on the English Wikipedia. The dark parts shows that there are no much articles coming from this site. And then you can also see the African continent has so much of the dark side. Now the next is the Afro-Curation and why it started, what it's all about. So this issue of no much articles coming from the African continent led us to the Afro-Curation project, why it started. And this is simply because if you've heard, you must have known that there are even more articles on the city of Paris in France than Africa as a continent itself, which led us to the Afro-Curation project. Now, the Afro-Curation, which is our main format of trying to bridge this knowledge gap, is an event or a mass Wikipedia editing sessions where articles are written, improved, or translated. It's not like the normal editathon. Afro-Curation events are, they create a context of creativity, knowledge, and activism, where participants can deliver on the aims of knowledge production. So when we finish this, the immediate and tangible output you can find from every Afro-Curation events are Wikipedia entries on African content by young Africans under a curated team itself, and with a focus on using African languages. Now, I'm going to give you just one feedback from one of the participants of the Afro-Curation, and she said, Afro-Curation made me feel empowered, made me have the realization that representation is vital, and our languages also have a place to be documented for future generations. And this is coming from Precious Tatan, she's from South Africa. The main elements for the Afro-Curation event were curatorial teams. That's to say that for each Afro-Curation event that takes place, there has to be a team for the event. And then we had cultural partners. And like I said, Afro-Curation events were not just normal editathons. We had cultural partners and we had specific event teams. So the event should have a specific theme. And then we had articles listed and reference lists as well. We had Wikimedia communities participating. We had inspirational speakers. They come up to give the participants more enthusiasm on why they should edit Wikipedia and also tell their stories, the stories of Africa. We also had youth participants as well, and we had prizes and we had the dashboard. So these were the main elements of every Afro-Curation event. For 2021 and 2022, we had Afro-Curation event series. There were 5 of them, and it was on the theme of who we are. The goals of that project were to create at least 300 new Wikipedia articles, which would involve 5 cultural institutions. Cultural institutions were made up of museums, galleries, publishing houses, institutions like tertiary institutions, and so on and so forth. And then deliver the Afro-Curation format. We also wanted to create knowledge across 10 African languages, of which one should be a new language added to Wikipedia. And then we wanted to inspire and build the capacity of about 300 new contributors to become knowledge producers themselves and not just consuming the knowledge which were already produced. And we also wanted to build the capacity and support of 20 movement organizers in the 10 African targeted languages. We had events across Mozambique, we had events in South Africa, we had 2 events in South Africa, we had an event in Zimbabwe, and then we had one event that had a combination of 3 partners, which were the Politecnico di Milano in Italy, we had the TWI community user group from Ghana, and then we had the Wikimedia Tanzania. They were the partners for that event. Now, this is a short video. Let me see if it's going to play. Just give me a moment, let me check the video. Okay. All right, this is supposed to be a short video made by Luando Zaso. She's from South Africa. She's a lawyer from South Africa. And she talked about the Afro-Curation series itself, the story of who we are. It's just a 1-minute video. Kindly pay attention, please.
To declare who we are holds a power that cannot be denied. Who we are is a search, it is a discovery and a testimony. It is a gift not just for ourselves, but our progeny. It is a feeling that we have for ourselves. It's not ironclad, it's malleable and evolving, with each generation molding itself the way it wishes to be seen, not for the other, but for themselves. Who we are stands the breadth of all words and all our languages, both dead and alive. It is in our unresolvable tensions and agreements. It is both fleeting and entrenched. It spans the breadth of extremes across darkness to light, and it is human. We declare who we are in honor of those who are never asked and who are denied the power to declare themselves.
Thank you. So this was in partnership with Constitution Hill, Ethale Publishing, the Wikimedia Foundation itself being a funding partner, as well as other partners. All right. This is an image of the participants, a cross-section of participants of the Afro-Curation project from the National Gallery of Zimbabwe, which took place in February this year. Then this is also an image of participants from the Afro-Curation event in Zimbabwe as well. We had 2 days events in Zimbabwe. Now the Who We Are Afro-Curation series for 2021-2022 was in partnership with Wikimedia Foundation, Fondazione Aurora. Our Afro-Curation events were engaging in 5 communities on the continent and linking some members of the diaspora as well. There were people from China, there were people from Taiwan, there were people from various parts of Africa and also various parts of the continent, including Europe itself, that wanted to contribute to the story of Africa in their own languages. Knowledge was created responding to the curatorial team of Who We Are. There were 234 participants across the 5 projects, and they were mainly between the ages of 25 and from various communities on the continent, as well as off the continent. We had over 970 articles, and they were created in 13 languages, which included 10 African languages and Chinese, Italian, and some other languages from other places as well. Now, these are stories, or should I say, these are various aspects of the international cooperations that we had, the various lessons. Through the Afro-Curation event, we observed a great number of collaborations, and these collaborations were between the students and the young people. So for instance, in the Politecnico event, we had pair learning, we had we had examples of article productions where students collaborated to add one article, like one article title in 2 different platforms. So let's say, take for example, an article on Chimamanda Adichie was written in a particular language in Wikipedia and also in Wikidata. So they were collaborating to write about one thing, but in various platforms. There was also cross-language collaboration where they worked together to make one article available in different languages as well. So there were people writing in Chinese, there were people writing in Fossa, there were people writing in Wolof, and they wanted to make just knowledge about one thing available in various languages. There was also encouragement and teamwork across participants' communities. We observed they encouraged one another, even when they were in different continents. Some of the events were online, and we noticed that they encouraged one another. During the ALA event, which is the African Leadership Academy event, we noticed student leaders, some were just rallying around on their own to assist others. They were teaching one another on how to do things. These are images of the different participants from different continents. Some were Egyptians, some were from Ethiopia, some from Algeria. Then during the Mozambique event, which was online, we saw participants helping each other to answer technical queries, giving language support, and also finding translations from specific words. So you hear people, how do you say this in Makua? And then you get to hear different feedback and support from others. Now, when it comes to partners, the collaboration we saw through the partners, we noticed that Afro-Curation taught us that being a part of a community makes us feel as though we're part of something greater than ourselves. And it also gives you the opportunities to connect with people and to reach for goals that are outside of your own reach as an individual, but achieving them collaboratively. Now, Mozambique event, the highlight of that event was the cultural reflection session, which was led by the Fondazione Aurora CEO, Marta Zaki. Students were led through a session of introspective questions about their participation in the event to help reflect on the experience and the importance of the Afro-Curation. And during the curatorial statement video, having a clear theme as well for partners to react to was also very important and crucial. And we got to see the different partners making videos and giving curatorial teams for the event itself. The statement and video from Luando Zaxo of Constitution Hill helped to connect each partner to our vision. It simply meant that the video was not meant for South Africa alone. It helped the other partners to connect to the team of event. During the Polytechnical event, there was a pre-Afro-Curation event to meet each other and break down the team. It became something we learned was very important during the series. And one of the biggest, best ones was the biggest effort put in, and largest payoffs and result was that of Politecnico di Milano, where Professor Anna Barbara unpacked the concept of behind the Africa Designs features. That was the team for the Polytechnical event. And she did it with so much clarity and ease that all groups, including people from Tanzania, people from Ghana, were able to engage and understand the team clearly. Achievements from the various collaborations, we had digitization of language and cultures. The international cooperation between Moskin and the partners, students and peers in Afro-Curation brought about digitization of the endangered language, Emakwa, in Mozambique. Emakwa was a language spoken by 7 million people, and it had no digital footprint. So it made it kind of difficult to see anything written about the language online, but
Hello, everyone. Happy to be with you here today. Hope you are enjoying with Wikimania this year. I'm going to present Ikusgela. That is our project on Basque Wikipedia. Basque Wikimedia's user group is running. It's about free pedagogical videos in Basque Wikipedia, but any Wikipedia can adopt this actually because it's free and it's in commons. My co-presenter should be Ander Bolivar, but he's recording more videos for this project today, so he can be here. Sorry for that, but I will present later what we are doing. Next, please. So, Ikusgela, well, it's a pun. In Basque, Ikasgela means learning room, like classroom, and Ikus means watch, so it will be like watching room. It's a pun that because we have learned that lots of students are searching for knowledge on video platforms, not in Wikipedia. They are searching for videos mostly in YouTube. There is a search in pedagogic and explanation videos. There are a lot of videos about this, and some international good examples would be like Khan Academy or crash courses. But this content is not available in Basque and in most of the languages of the world. I mean, mostly you have it in English and other languages, and most is not free. There are some good open education resources that are free, but most of them are not free. So we had to do something, or we needed to do something in Basque and free. Next, please. So 3 years ago, Iruda Macho, that is our partner in this project, it's a communication cooperative, earned a grant on digital humanities. It's a grant we are giving the Basque Wikimedia user group to research on digital humanities, and they made an exploratory document on pedagogical videos landscape. What there is, what there should be, how we should focus on that in Basque. And they presented it to Video, that is a multimedia incubator in the Basque country. And they earned another grant there to develop more. They made the first video that was kind of presentation, and with that, it will be possible to export budget to different institutions. And so it has been like a 3 years project since till we have the start. Next, please. So the Basque Wikimedia's user group presented it to the Basque government, and they were interested. They felt like there is a lot of materials that are being made, but most of the students are not accessing to this kind of materials in Basque. So they wanted to make something with that, and they asked us to make 5 different kind of videos to test topics, and we partnered with Iruda Macho, that is our partner in all the project, and we made 5 videos that were of different kind of topics and methods, like animations, cartoons, YouTuber or explanation videos, or different kind of things to see what it would be possible to do. And finally, the Basque government gave us 100,000 euros a year for 2 years for working on the videos and starting the project. But more than half of the budget goes on regular expenses like workers and social security and these kind of things. So there is not a big space for doing videos actually. So we are trying to get other patrons to make more videos once the regular expenses are covered, because videos are extremely expensive, and that's one of the main problems with this kind of projects. But once they are made, they are free, so it's easier to make. Next, please. So the first videos we made were about some philosophers. I will explain later why. And I would like to show you a short introduction of the video of Hannah Arendt. It's like 7 minutes long, but we will see like the first 2-3 minutes. So please go on with the video.
Garai ez egonkorrak bizi izan dituzula uste duzu? Nekatu zara une historikoen segida etengabeaz? Ez zaizu ziur asko arrazoirik falta. Baina zoritxarrez, ez gara garai zalapartatsuak egokitu zaizkien bakarrak, ez da gutxiago ere. Hannaharen filosofoak esaterako, nazismoa, bi mundu gerra, Errusiari iraultza, masa gizartearen garapena eta bomba atomikoa ezagutu zituen 20. mendean. Garai ilun hoiek ulertzeko aleginak gidatu zuenaren pentsamenduaren bilakaera. Eta gaur egungo mundua ulertzeko ere, pentsalari ezinbestekoa da. Nortzen ordea Hannah Arendt. 1906an jaio zen Hannoverren Alemanian, jatorri judutarreko familia jaso eta jantzi batean. Oso txikitatik antzeman zuen judu izaera horrek desberdintzen zuela. Eta etzebilen oker, bere bizitzaren eta pentsamenduaren garapenean erabakiorra izango zen. Friburgoko, Marburgeko eta Heidelbergeko unibertsitateetan ikasi zuen garaiko hainbat intelektualekin batera. 1923an Parisera egin behar izan zuen ihes, nazismoa Alemaniako gobernuaren jabe egin berri baitzen. 8 urte egin zituen Parisen, bigarrenez erbesteratu zen arte. 1941an, New Yorkera jo zuen bere bizitza berrera ikitzeko aukeraren bila. Pixkanaka aurkitu zuen bere lekua, garaiko
Okay, so the videos with subtitles, you have it in YouTube or in Commons, and it's subtitled in English, but we couldn't see them here. Sorry for that. I thought they will be seen. It would be easier. So we started with philosophers, and there is a reason for that, and is that there is a university access exam, and there are some philosophers that every year are on the topics that they are going to ask for or to question. And this year, for the first time, there were 2 women philosophers that were Simone de Beauvoir and Hannah Arendt. So we started with them to make some materials that were available in the very first year. These philosophers will be in the exam for the university. We have other philosophers, all of them are male, and we are going to start with them in September. We are also planning some other videos like daily economy. This is what Ander is recording today. It will be with a YouTuber in a very different format, like things that you must know in economy, like for everyday living. There is a project that is universal history, and we are trying to remix some content that is in Creative Commons in another video platform, but it will be in Basque. And also there are some videos on Basque literature, and these are done with another grant we get from the grant there is for making materials for schools. Later we will go with biology, ecology. We are talking with a biologist about this. Other topics like there are some ideas on music or some other ideas. The interesting thing here is that everything is made from Commons, and it's the most difficult part. So we have to be very careful what we upload, but the project will be reusable for everyone. So please, next slide. In the way we were asked that it will be interesting to have some videos about math and physics with explanation on how to solve problems, because people who is working in the government, in education, they have learned that there are a lot of students who, especially after the pandemic, that are regularly accessing videos about explanations and have to solve equations and these kind of things. But luckily enough, there is another group in Basque that is working on that. It's called Jakindun, and they have around 400 videos on these topics, like teachers just solving equations and explaining how they do it. So we partnered with them, and they were quite difficult at the first time because some teachers were hesitant about how are these videos going to be used later. But now we are partnering, and all the videos are free and at Wikipedia. And there is a link there. I don't know if it's possible to link it there to the link in the last sentence. Okay, so this goes to the Wikipedia article about lineal functions, and you can see there on the right side that there is a video of a teacher explaining that. And if you navigate to the very bottom of the article, you will also have some other examples of how to do that, how to solve that. So you have to navigate there. And so we have added videos to around 150, 200 articles about maths and physics and chemistry. And this is not part of the Cusguela project, but it's something that we are doing because we were requested to search about that, and it's done. And now it's free, it's in Commons, and it's also licensed in Creative Commons. So it's possible for others to reuse that. Return to the slides, please. Okay, and next one. Okay, so you can see all the videos at Commons in the category that is called Ikusgela. You have there all the videos we are uploading. Now there are only 2, but there will be more in some months. And the other videos are called category Hacking Done. You will find if you see the slides. All the videos are there. Will be there in Commons. One of our next steps will be trying to make them without language, so they can be dubbed in other languages and free upload for whoever wants to do that, because the more expensive part is doing the video. Dubbing is expensive, but not so much, and it can be done by volunteers easier. So we hope to have these videos also without voice, but with sound effects in the next months, and they will be reusable for everyone. So that's it. The presentation. I think there is no time for questions. I hope you enjoyed it, and any question you have, we are available on Wiki or Telegram or whatever you want. Thanks.
So I'm Hugo Lopez. I'm a core member of the Lingua Libre project, and today I will talk to you about the current transformation our community have to go through. So basically, I will not introduce completely Lingua Libre. Lingua Libre, just to make it quick, it's a project to record very fast, rapidly, a lot of words in one language. So you come with a list of words, or you load a list of words on the website, and you read them one by one in a series. And so you can record about 800 words per hour. You have the link. You have the link to the service in the Etherpad and in the Wikimania wiki page. So why we do this? We do this in my personal experience. My motivation is because my ancestor languages have been disappeared. I don't speak it. It has been erased by the French government. And in France and in other countries, we have a lot of local cultural and linguistic activists who want to keep their language because it's an important part of their identity. How we want to do this? Lingua Libre's mission is to document all language and voices. What we mean by that is, depending on the case, we have different priority. In the case of France, we were aiming at local accents, because in the north of France, in the south of France, we have different pronunciation, which are typical to the areas, the regions. And we wanted to preserve this difference because this difference is disappearing. In other instances, we also have in France disappearing local language. 100 years ago, we had 25 languages in France. Now we have something like 5 languages which are still alive, and most of the other languages record accents and local language. We also have in mind that this tool can expand to the whole world for all languages which are in this century. So we have to fight back, we have to document them, and if possible, we have to revitalize them. Lingua Libre, as a tool to record the words, can help to create dictionary, e-learning tools, and to revitalize those endangered language. So, by example, if I go to a small community, we are in touch with some smaller community, and as a foreigner speaking some major language like English and French, I can either go to this space and ask them to speak this macro language. Then I'm an active part of destroying their language. Or I could learn their local language if I have the suitable resource to learn their local language, at least the basic 1,000 words, and then I become an active actor for keeping their language alive. So that's the philosophy behind Lingua Libre. In the past 4 years, the strategy was to first develop from France with our local community, which was leading the way, and then by demonstrating the use of the tool for French accent and for French local languages, we wanted to create a demonstrator for other languages. And that's what we did. Other language came, but the limitation we saw in the past 2 years is naturally, by simple statistics, most of the incoming new language which are quite successful are the largest language, like Polish, Italian, Bengali, Odia, some language which have something like 50 million speakers. They are leading the way. But this is the first thing. The macro language, the big language, are taking the place. And we are now, for French, which is the largest of our contribution, we are reaching a plateau, and we don't have any more contribution because all the words were recorded. So we have a crisis of contribution within our community, with the largest language slowing down, and we don't really have we are not fully successful at onboarding smaller languages. We have to work on this. And also, a second critical issue is with the development of with the expansion of our usage, we had the new old age. They also have a lack of internet. They have a lower internet literacy rate. So the people which know the language are not able to contribute. We have new technical and social challenge that were not present for the larger language and are present for the smaller language and the more marginalized language. So now we also have a crisis, a technical crisis, like with some bugs appearing on a mobile platform. And we have to revamp we have to renew our tool on these two aspects, the technical side and the methodology to approach those communities. So, excuse me. So right now we are on the technical side. We have been doing hackathon and things to revamp our stack, and also on the methodology we have documented on the wiki ways to make workshop based on the experience with a small village in Amazonia. We find out problem of literacy, even their language are not normalized. So the speaker have difficulties to read the word which are using a new writing system. We have these kind of challenges. We have also simply challenge to access those community. So we need volunteer we can create a contact point with those minority languages closer to them. We cannot start lead this from France. We need people across the world, Wikimedian, who make the binding between those village and small communities and the tool which are the tools and the documentation which are online on lingualibre.org. So that's globally the situation we have right now, with this slowdown of the core French community, the appearance of bugs from mobile device, and the need to implement new methodology which are basically field linguistic, with the need of volunteer field linguists, contact people which can go to these communities. This is for the global problematic of our project, the dynamic we have right now. I think we have to make a push exactly in this direction. That means more outreach towards smaller language, towards other Wikimedia chapter, especially in Africa and Southeast Asia, where there is a lot of untapped linguistic resource, which need to be documented if we want to revitalize, to support and to revitalize these languages. This being said, I was not able to share my screen, but on the Wikimania page, I added some resources which are interesting to browse. So I will share them with you if I find a way. But basically, it's on wikimania.wikimedia.org and Lingua Libre pivoting to diversity. We have a map, by example, which display from Wikidata and these kind of things all our users. They are categorized by number of contribution, and you can see the bias we have toward Europe, and that's the issue we have to fight. We have to move away from Europe and to those other areas which have the most diverse linguistic resources. Also, I will add to this page a few applications we made, e-learning application to learn languages. We do our best to serve the local community by helping them with the methodology, creating a list of words, recording them, and pushing to have a multimedia learning service, basically a list of words with translation in the local contact language. So by example, for Surui, we will have Surui, which is a small language with 2,000 speakers, Portuguese, and the audio file. And you can browse this list and learn the word depending on your need. So when you interact with the community, you can use their language, and you are not part of the the flow which westernize these communities and make this language disappear. I will share more resources on the Wikimedia page, and you are welcome to browse them, to come to lingualibrary.org and to interact with us to maybe add your language or think about possible connection to create. Thank you, everyone. Question?
Hi, everyone. My name is Candy Tricia Kotliwe, and I am part of Wikimedia Community User Group for Botswana. I'm a long-term editor with Wikipedia, and I'm also one of the co-founders for Wikimedia Community User Group for Botswana. So today, my topic will be about the challenges and opportunities for building a community. So I would like to share my experience about building my community, that is Wikimedia Community User Group Botswana. So this is currently an affiliate that was formerly active and now is currently inactive. So we're still working we're still in progress, with reapplying for it to be recognized by Wikimedia Foundation, and we're hoping this will be approved hopefully nearly soon this year. So what we are currently doing is early in 2019, we started running on individual grants that is holding projects such as Wiki Loves Women, Wiki Loves Africa, Art and Feminism, and all the other projects around the Wikimedia Foundation project. So our community is mainly made up of university students, and that is mainly females and males, that is women and men. What we usually focus on is to build content about women and also build content about our country, Botswana, in different aspects of it, just trying to create a localization, or should I say, create content about our local country and have it up there being shared by the international platform or international people to have access to our information about Botswana on the Wikipedia space. And our community is also not really just shared, it's not only joined by geeks, but it's open to anyone who's willing to learn. And so we don't kind of like discriminate. So we open our arms to have anyone who's willing to learn and also be a part of this and volunteer and contribute to this beautiful community. So here are some of the pictures of our successful, or should I say just our journey as a community. We have hosted a number of projects, that is Wiki Loves Africa. You can see right up there is WLA, and then we have WLW, which stands for Wiki Loves Women, and then we have Art and Feminism, which is mainly around the gender gap articles, and then we have Wikidata. We also have panel discussions where we usually talk about the gender gap, having women included or having more representation of women online. And we usually also have editathons around these projects. So here are the pictures that we usually take, or just to share our experience of what we've done so far, how far we've come, and what we have done. Of course, our success stories and also our downsides. So I'll go on to share the next slide. So our journey wasn't quite easy. It's been a roller coaster ride for me, I would say. There are times where we'd have events and we really have a low turnout rate. So with me realizing this, I realized like there are downsides to it. It depends on what people are interested in. Most of the times when we have something like Wiki Loves Africa, you'd see like the turnout rate will be a lot of participants on that, and mainly men. And then sometimes when we have like Wiki Loves Women, there's mainly women who are inclined to come and participate for that. And then our largest rate, or should I say the largest group that we have, is mainly the photographic side. There's a lot of men who are really interested with contributing pictures about our country. When we have such a competition, the turnout is really gradually growing and is quite impressive to see. But we would like to have that kind of like diversity and inclusion where we have a good representation of women and men, of course, to be balanced out within this projects that we currently hold. So I'll further on like to share the challenges that we have experienced in our community. So I've realized that we have like a very volunteering kind of like missing culture of volunteering. People really don't understand what it means to be a volunteer. They would prefer being paid kind of thing. So it's really important to share what our mission and goal is, mission and vision of Wikimedia Foundation, what we want to achieve as a community. So it's worth kind of like coming up with these campaigns, I feel, to share more information of what the community is all about and what we're trying to share to make free accessible knowledge for all, to empower people across the world. So for the internet access, we have a problem with internet access because students don't really have enough finances to get accessibility to the internet. So hence, there's a problem with them being able to participate freely as much as they can. So we have identified this as a problem that we have within our community. The next point there is rare knowledge of copyright. So I've realized that a lot of people would try, or they haven't understood what it means contributing things that are authentically maybe created by themselves. Somebody could share, for example, we come up with a competition maybe to share images about animals, and then somebody would go into the internet and try and maybe screen grab one of those animals that they want, or they think the picture is beautiful, and they try to upload it to the competition that we're currently running that could be about animals at the time. So there's really that kind of like lack of knowledge of how people should participate in such competitions, especially when they're learning from their friends and they don't come to the event, or they just see our posters out there on how they can participate, but they don't really follow the steps or guides on how they could participate in the right way. So with that being said, we need more participation for people to come and learn when we host such events. And then there's a really low, or should I say, we need help with convincing local officials, that is partners, to help us to try and share what we do as a community to the national scale. We need more support, as in like people who can help us maybe with the lab to host our events, or anything that could be relative to us, kind of like bringing a community together, and then we carry out our trainings. It could be even the internet provision, or anything that could help us just to bring the community together and host a successful event. So there's really unclarity, or should I say uncertainties around our community and what we do. So it would be very helpful for maybe the partners out there who could help us and understand what we do and give us the platform for us to share with them what we really do. And then they could also extend that hand to help us host more events. We have another issue that is, well, this is what I've also been saying. We need to create more awareness. That is, people have to understand what we mean when we say we are a Wikimedia community user group of Botswana. What do we stand for? What do we do? What is our mission? How do we want to drive that narrative, or instill the mission of sharing free accessible knowledge for all? What do we mean by that? So we need to really, when we say who we are, people understand exactly what we do and how they can also participate, so that they are really not lost. So I think more campaigns to do this and instill that awareness would help. And also we have a challenge with retaining participants. Participants usually, let me say, they are more driven by competitions, because due to lack of funds, we were unable to kind of like carry out regular workshops or regular trainings because of maybe lack of funding here and there to host such events and to keep the community spirit going on and have people really engage and keep contributing to Wikimedia. So retaining participants has really been a challenge for us to keep people in the community, for them to volunteer throughout without having something happening like a competition. So it would be really helpful to maybe train and have people understand what the essence of volunteering, even on their own free time, without maybe even a competition running, they can still contribute and know that they are doing it for goodwill. It will be amazing to have that. And then my next slide here, I'll be sharing the impact we're planning to bring to our community. So I would like to share to create more articles that is around diversity and inclusion, increase the number of editors that we have, because we're really a small community at this time. And we are also planning to create more awareness campaigns on Wikimedia projects, improve and create articles about our native language, that is Setswana, because that is one of the well, that's our first language here. So there's a really small number of articles that is written in our native language. So it will be great if we could start having articles, a large number of them on there. And yes, we would also want to have more collaborators, partners to partner with when we carry out our events. And then I would also like to mention, share knowledge about Wikimedia and sister projects across the country. We just don't want to incline ourselves to Gaborone. We're currently operating or carrying out projects within Gaborone. If it's just not within Gaborone, then we're doing online and it's accessible to everyone. But we would really like to carry out remote trainings from time to time, maybe in different cities or towns, just to include everyone and make them understand what we are all about. My next slide will be about lessons that I have learned on building a community. So I've realized that to build a community, you'd have to have it's very important to have regular meetups that could be in person or online with your community members, just to keep the teamwork spirit alive. It's also very important to have everyone included and work as a team, not run as an island type of thing. So it's very important to work as a team and include people when you carry out decisions, and that makes them feel like they are also part of something. It gives them a sense of belonging. It's also very important to know your community status. As I'm saying, we're currently a very small and growing community. Hence, I know how much we can do and how far we can go and how far we cannot go. So, and I also understand, should I say, the skills or talent of my community members. I know who can help me with this or that. If I need digital skills, there's somebody who I can go to. If I need maybe an organizer, I know who would be good with that. So it's really good to know what your community members are really good at, so that you can know where you can put them in places, or they can also just initiate the ideas of them participating to help out when events happen. The next point there is initiate and invite community members to join meetings and activities. This is the same as, it's not the same as organizing in-person or online meetups, but it's more of like planning activities. They should be involved when we plan activities, what they foresee for us, how to carry out the activities that we plan for the year. It's really important to have the community also have a buy-in, or they have that voice to say on what they want to see, how they want to see the community run throughout the year. So it's really lovely to hear what the ideas would be from here. Transparency is also a very good point to have when you run a community. It gives people the sense of trust. It builds honesty amongst each other, so that there's always that peace and respect amongst the community. And just to let go of egos, I would say it's also very important, no matter if I'm a trainer or not, it's always very important to know that I'm a volunteer also. And it builds that kind of spirit of the teamwork spirit that I've been talking about. One other point is create rules, policies, workflows in the community. So to avoid things such as harassment or any other very disturbing or bad harassment issues from happening, it's really good to have some rules and policies like the Universal Code of Conduct that we
Hi everyone, this is Maria from Wikimedia Deutschland, and today I want to tell you a little bit more about partnering up for Wikidata in the Wikimedia movement, and especially on Wikidata software development. I'm a project manager at Wikimedia Deutschland for a couple of years now, and at the moment I'm focusing on projects around Wikidata and Wikibase. Wikimedia Deutschland has been around since 2004, and currently we're located in Berlin, Germany, next to supporting communities like the Wikipedia community or like free knowledge communities in general. We are also hoping to improve political and legal frameworks for the free knowledge movement, and also are developing software for Wikimedia projects. Among others, we are doing the software development for Wikidata and Wikibase since 2012, and since then like a super vibrant community of volunteers, other affiliates, movement groups, data enthusiasts has been growing around this product. The partnership I want to talk about now has the starting point of our movement strategy, which I hope everyone heard about by now. Our strategy process and our movement strategy that includes, among others, again, for example, that we want to invest more in skills and leadership development in the movement, or to increase the equity in decision making. And what we've been wondering is, like, what can we do, what can we change about the things, how we do things, to breathe life into those strategy recommendations. And what we came up with is to create a prototype of collaboration with another community or another movement group, and have them enabled to contribute to the software development of Wikidata and Wikibase, preferably in a sustainable and scalable way. We are able to do this because we have received a grant from the Arcadia Foundation for the next 3 years. We spent the first 12 months of this to focusing on finding a movement partner or movement groups who are willing to commit to such a partnership, but also to figure out the whole setup and establishment of this partnership among the organizations, to then focus on the actual implementation in the next couple of years and to connect all of this to like the bigger ecosystem of Wikidata and Wikibase. The kind of stuff we've been doing for the past 12 months was to reach out to the Wikidata community to make it known that we're looking for such partners. So then, after we received some interests from movement groups, to spend time on getting to know each other, getting to know our ideas about the possible projects, about our communities. We also had to figure out how we want to set up those things, what kind of processes we need, what kind of rules and documents for documentation and monitoring, and also to fulfill the duties from our grant giver, the Acadia Foundation. When it was time to make a decision, we were faced with the plan that we were setting out to find like one partner, but have actually decided at this point that we want to partner up with both interested groups that reached out to us, even though we're going to do this in like different ways. And which is ongoing now is we have that kind of knowledge sharing. We want to build up capacity for software development in other communities and continue doing this in the next couple of months. The kind of things we learned while the first 12 months have now kind of come to an end is having an open call and just like putting your idea out there and make people come to you. You will you will get aware of communities and people you haven't worked with in the past. One thing we also learned is that there's no one-size-fits-all partnership. We kind of figured out the kind of projects and the kinks of the partnership as we were getting to know our potential partners, which made the kind of setup we have now fit very well, I think. You should plan in all those knowledge-sharing activities, because if you don't, you just won't have the time. And also be aware that not all movement groups are so privileged. This is coming from Wikimedia Deutschland, which is rather big and has a lot of resources, that not all groups and communities can spend that much time on preparing such a partnership. And with this, I'm happy to have you introduced to our both partners, the Iqbal Wikimedians user group, as well as Wikimedia Indonesia.
Wikimedia Indonesia, non-profit organization based in Jakarta, Indonesia, is dedicated to encouraging the growth, development, and dissemination of knowledge in Indonesian and other languages spoken in Indonesia. As one of the local chapters active in the Asia region, Wikimedia Indonesia has supported 14 Wikipedias in languages spoken in Indonesia, 12 regional-based Wikimedia communities spread across the country, and also 2 other Wikimedia project-based communities. Along with its development, there are needs that arise from the communities regarding technical support for Wikimedia projects. There are challenges that need to be faced, like differences of languages spoken in each community, the lack of internet access, the absence of guidelines, especially for newcomers, and also the editing method for Wikimedia project so far, which tend to favor the contributors from Europe and North America. One of Wikimedia Indonesia's visions for the next 2 years is to increase our technological capacities for our organization and also for the communities in Indonesia. In line with this vision, we are very excited to work with Wikimedia Deutschland for this collaboration project. We are really looking forward for this project because Wikimedia Deutschland has capacities related to the technologies. With this opportunity, we are very grateful to be able to learn from Wikimedia Deutschland on how to develop open source software that can be beneficial to the Wikimedia movement. Together with Iqbal Wikimedians user group, we will collaborate on Wikidata software collaboration project. Within the next 2 years, we will build our own software team. The software team will be focusing in helping the community to solve their needs, and then also to helping under-resourced language communities to contribute in flourishing their languages online through lexicographical data, and also involving the communities in contributing to lexims on Wikidata. There are a total 4 languages that we plan to develop lexim in Wikidata, namely Indonesian language, Minangkabau language, Sundanese language, and Makassarese language. Through this project, we are very eager to learn, not just in terms of increasing our technological capacities, but also in building a sustainable and scalable software development environment that can be useful to the Wikimedia movement. Therefore, with this software collaboration project, we hope that this will emerge as a step for us to strengthen our movement and also for us to be together in freeing the knowledge.
Hello everyone, my name is Benedict Ude from the Igbo Wikimedia User Group and the Wikimentor Africa Program Coordinator. With me, I have Toti Precious, who is the co-founder of the Igbo Wikimedia User Group, as well as the Outreach Coordinator for Wikimentor Africa. Before we start, I would like for Toti to just give us an overview of the Igbo Wikimedia User Group. Toti?
Thank you, Benedict. Hi, everyone. So the Igbo Wikimedia User Group is a group of volunteers seeking to advance the free knowledge sharing mission using various Wikimedia projects. And we do this in form of clubs, fan clubs. These fan clubs are university clubs in tertiary institutions or maybe in secondary schools. Then we also have hubs. These hubs are kind of thematic hubs, kind of thematic clubs, in the sense that it could be a group of librarians, it could be a group of Wikidata enthusiasts, it could be a group of Wikicommons enthusiasts. So this is what the Igbo Wikimedia User Group is all about in an overview. So I'm going to take you back to the Wikimentor Africa program, where Benedict is going to be telling us more about the program. Hi, Benedict.
Thank you very much, Toti, for that very brief overview of the Igbo Wikimedia User Group. So Wikimentor Africa, what is the Wikimentor Africa program all about? The Wikimentor Africa program is a program that is designed to help new and inexperienced developers, programmers, technical writers in the African communities on not just how to make edits on Wikidata, but mentoring Africans on building and maintaining Wikidata tools, as well as other Wikimedia tools, by pairing them with more experienced Wikidata tool creators and contributors. So how do we achieve this? How do we do this? We do this by having experienced technical Wikimedians come on board on our platform as mentors. And we, in turn, the Wikimentor Africa team, we organize a 2 to 3 days online events monthly. These events are monthly, and the aim of these events are to just avail the participants or the mentees the opportunity to meet the mentors, as well as the mentors the opportunity to meet the mentees. Next, we'll be talking about the collaboration we have with the Wikimedia Deutschland. I will have Toti, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, the collaboration is something I'm always proud of. So our collaboration with the Wikimedia Deutschland started this year, and the Wikimedia Deutschland is collaborating with the Igbo Wikimedia User Group as well as the Wikimedia Indonesia. And for this, I'm going to be talking about the collaboration with the Igbo Wikimedia User Group. The essence of the collaboration is to enable the Wikimentor Africa program make greater impact. And this collaboration is both in form of a multi-year funding, program support, and as well as guidance. So sometimes we meet to discuss how the program is going. We have follow-up meetings to discuss maybe the challenges we have, and we get advice, suggestions, and comments in this regard, and we get to improve on the program, including various aspects. So the collaboration has actually been a very great and helpful one. So next, I'm going to give it back to Benedict, who is going to talk about our achievements so far. And this achievement is also based on the collaboration we have with Wikimedia Deutschland. Hi, Benedict, I think you can go next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like Toti said, so far we've had a couple of achievements, and this is as a result of the collaboration we have had with the Wikimedia Deutschland. We've had 4 successful editions. By editions, I mean we've had 4 monthly events that we've organized. And in this event, we've had 3 mentors come on board, and these 3 mentors are not just from one particular place. They've cut across countries, they've even cut across continents. So we've had mentors from Germany, from Belgium, from Cameroon, who have come on board. And these mentors have adopted some of the mentees, 11 to be precise so far. Over 200 participants as well across this edition that have joined us across these various editions we've had. And also, we've had these participants from 5 different countries, from 5 different African countries, from Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire. And so with these achievements, what are we planning to achieve next? What are we looking forward to in the future? So what we are looking forward to in the future, one of the major things we're also looking forward to in the future is to get more experienced software developers, more experienced technical writers, more experienced programmers come on board to be mentors. We're also looking forward to having to develop and maintain at least one community to that is inclusive. We're not just looking at having mentors and mentees come for mentorship, but we're also looking at having a product that will be beneficial to our community, to the African community. Also, another thing we're looking forward to also is to get more African communities on board. Like I said earlier on, so far we've had 5 African communities on board. We're looking forward to having more on board. And then also, we're also looking forward to, of course, funding. We're looking forward to access to more funding to be able to keep this initiative sustainable. We don't want to just have this for 1 year or 2 years. We want to have this ongoing so that we can even at some point move from Africa to a global initiative. And yeah, but this, I know you're wondering, how can you get involved? And so, Tochi, I'm allowed Tochi to just tell us how you can get involved. Tochi?
Yeah, so if you're wondering, hey, this is beautiful, how can I get involved? There are various ways you can join us in this project, this program or project. So first of all, you can join us as a mentor. You can help us to train the community members. You can also help us to adopt mentees. You can also tell someone to tell someone about the program. You never know, we might from there get more mentors as well, or even participants also. You can also help us reach out to other mentors, or maybe you can tell us how we can reach them. And we are happy to reach out to more people who can get involved in the program, because from what we're seeing, it's going to be something that would bring a whole lot more people. And if you feel you can be a mentor, you can tell someone else when you want to learn something, feel free to join us as a participant. So you can get to our project page to see how you can sign up, or you can read more about the Wikimentor Africa project. So Benedict.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tochi. Like Tochi said, you can go, maybe if you're still undecided, if you're still not sure if the program is for you, just visit our page, visit our project page, Wikimentor Africa. The link to the page is dropped on the chat. Also, visit if you after visiting it, you feel, oh, this is for me, I want to reach out, you can also reach out to us. We have a Telegram group, which the link is also dropped there. And just in case you want to visit our previous editions, you can also find this on our project page. So having said all this, thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Danke.
Everyone. Dalu, everyone.
All right, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to this session about knowledge equity on this year's Wikimania. This session is called Knowledge, Power, Equity, a Wikimedia Deutschland event series on issues of the equitable distribution of power. My name is Lily Iliev. I work here as the head of the team Politics and Public Sector, and together with the team, we are primarily working and communicating and developing policies that are intended to strengthen the political and legal framework for free knowledge and to communicate them to policymakers, to associations, to the media. And one of the crucial issues when it comes to the future of our movement is the strategic goal of knowledge equity. So I'm really happy to be able to present this project and this event series that we came up with here at Wikimedia Deutschland to you. And I'm really curious to hear what you think about it, your feedback and your approaches to knowledge equity afterwards. But let's get started now. I will share my presentation with you. Just a second. All right, there it is. So in the next 15 minutes, you will hear about the concept of this event series, Knowledge, Power, Equity. You will hear about the topics and the guests that we invited so far. We will hear about the media collaboration that we succeeded in winning for this event series. And you will also hear a little bit about the intended impact that we try to achieve here for the strategic goal of knowledge equity. So let's get started. Coming back to knowledge equity, just for a second, as we all know, this is one of the fundamentals of the 2030 strategy. And the distribution of knowledge is a matter of power, and it's also a matter of equity. And I think it's truly a crucial issue when it comes to the future of our movement. So another fundamental question inherent in many aspects of knowledge equity that you are also working on is how can we distribute power more equitably? And of course, this is not exclusive for the Wikimedia world. Especially in recent years, there have been louder voices in many contexts calling for more equitable distribution of power. I'm thinking of the Me Too movement, for example, which has made unequal power structures more visible and society more sensitive to them. And I think it's really important to build on this growing social sensitivity in order to make knowledge equity better known and also to generate understanding and mobilization for it. Because we will be all the more successful if we connect the idea of knowledge equity with existing louder voices in social discourses around diversity and a lack of representation of different kinds of knowledge in politics, in media, and also in Wikipedia, of course. So the second question was, how can we connect to existing discourses on unequal power structures? We then came up with the concept for a discussion series to explore these questions further and to discuss them with people working in different fields of knowledge equity. So the concept is we are organizing a series of conversations called Knowledge, Power, Equity. In German, this is Wissen, Macht, Gerechtigkeit. And it takes place every 2 to 3 months. And in a moderated discussion, 2 to 3 guests are talking about an issue from the spectrum of knowledge equity. These discussions are always moderated by Deutschlandfunk and also produced by Deutschlandfunk, who we succeeded in winning for a media cooperation. Deutschlandfunk is the biggest broadcaster in the German-speaking area, and they would broadcast the conversations on the radio, and afterwards we then have the podcast for our own communication channels and for communicating it further, for example, also to policymakers. So let's come to the topics and guests. The topics come from the context, the spectrum of knowledge equity, and also the fundamental question of how digital public spheres should be shaped and designed to be welcoming and safe for all people. And for our pilot episode, we had Christian Humburg, who is the executive director of Wikimedia Deutschland. And also we could win Dr. Emilia Roack, who is a political scientist based in Berlin and in France. She's the author of Why We Matter and the founder of the Center for Intersectional Justice, which is also based in Berlin. So the two of them were discussing a little bit about how knowledge of domination or dominating knowledge is changing through time, how it is changing through digitization and also through projects like Wikipedia, of course. Our second episode was about disinformation in election campaigns. And this was at the time when there was the federal elections here in Germany last year. And we were particularly interested this time in the question, who is particularly negatively affected by disinformation? So we discussed this with Ingrid Brodnich, who is a well-known journalist based in Austria and an author also, and she is an expert for disinformation. And we had also a journalist and writer, Yasin Musharbash, who is working a lot in this field of disinformation, and then Professor Martin Emmer, a professor for communication science and journalism and a founding member of the Weizenbaum Institute, which is the German Internet Institute. Our next episode was about the concept of a post-colonial museum. And this is a very timely and very super relevant question for cultural institutions, cultural heritage institutions in general, and museums in particular, for the whole GLAM sector, actually. So the question was, is there already a post-colonial paradigm shift visible in museums, and what post-colonial concepts and what specific examples are there for the cooperation of museums with representatives of so-called societies of origin? For this, we had Can Zakizabandi, who is a curator for exhibiting colonialism and racism at the Anne Frank Education Center. We also had Christopher Nixon, who is a curator for colonial past and post-colonial present at the Foundation of Historical Museums in Hamburg. And another curator, Kevin Bress, who is responsible for the reinvention of the Grassi Museum für Völkerkunde in the city of Leipzig. So this was truly a super interesting conversation. Our next episode, and the last one we did so far, is called Public Money, Public Good. So this is one of the core demands that we have facing the public sector. We think that what is financed primarily or fully with public money must be freely available to all people. And the question is, how can this be implemented politically? And this is also relevant for knowledge equity, or it has a huge knowledge equity dimension, because the question is, how can it be ensured that content produced by the public sector does not only benefit the public sector itself or policymakers, but also all people, the broader public and all people in general. For this question, we had the brilliant Lilith Wittmann, who is a net political activist, specifically on this topic also. And she's also a software developer and an IT security expert. We also had Max Funke-Kaiser, who is the spokesperson for digital policy for the liberals here in the German Bundestag. And then Alexander Handschuh, who's the spokesman for policy issues at the German Association of Towns and Municipalities. Let's take a look at the next episode, which will be broadcast in August, so this month actually. And this episode will ask, do we need a feminist digital policy? And the most important question here for me is, how can feminist perspectives be made useful for current digital policy challenges, such as the advances for systematic surveillance, or also the fight for digital violence in general. And for this episode, for this issue, we have the deputy chair of the digital committee in the Bundestag, as well as one of the founders of a fantastic initiative based here in Berlin. It's called SuperLab, and it's an interdisciplinary group of people working on policy recommendations specifically designed for shaping more equitable digital futures. So that's what we did so far. Let's take a look at the intended impact now that we aim to achieve. So the question is, what are we supposed to achieve through this? And can a series of events even explore knowledge equity and maybe even strengthen it? And as I said before, I think it's really important that we communicate well what we do to the outside world in order to avoid working in silos, and also for a long-term impact of our work for the society. So I think it's really important that we communicate also the efforts towards knowledge equity in a way that is effective for the public and effective for other initiatives doing similar things. And we would like to discuss the possible aspects of knowledge equity with people who already work in different fields that are connected with knowledge equity, but who are working on knowledge equity from very different perspectives, and to bring them on one table and discuss the things to develop them further, especially from a political, from a technological, and from a social point of view. What are the next topics that we are planning? Coming up next is the topic of the so-called community capitalism. So this is about how we can prevent politics that has a tendency to more and more delegate public responsibilities to volunteer engagement, which we can see happening in different sectors, and also in the digital volunteer engagement. And another topic will be how the knowledge of Omnia and Synthesa can be represented more effectively. So this is it. I hope you found this interesting. Thanks so much for your attention. I would be happy if you contact me with feedback, if you get back to me, if we can get in touch about other formats around knowledge equity. And I hope you will have a wonderful and insightful Wikimania. See you.
Hey everyone, so welcome for this session about the Wikipedia in French that has deleted pages for deletion. So why, how, what impacts, what happened before, what led to the decision, how the decision happened, and then we share a link to one case of notability debate about an article in Wikipedia that got not really deleted. So let's start right now. So who I am? So I'm Jean Squire. I'm going to take my own slide. It will be easier for me to read. So I'm Jean Squire. I joined Wikipedia in French in 2009 and Wikipedia in France in 2018. I'm also on Wikidata and Commons morally. I mostly translate from English to French articles like Moon, Coyote, etc. I also have ADHD and autism, Asperger's, so I try to promote accessibility in the projects so it can be visual in learning our processes between the editors too. So it's not taxing and we don't lose time in conflicts. So I'm also one of the many editors to the main page overall of Wikipedia in French 5 years ago. And of course, one of the people that contributed to the page for deletions reform last year and this year. So this is quite a difficult topic. I don't know if you can see the image I shared. No, you can't. It doesn't share well. I shared a funny image. Anyway, so you will be able to find this slide at the end of the session on the session page on the Wikimania website. So let's go directly to how we began, and we will start with before the reform, the very origin of the procedure, and it has been created the 5th October 2002 by Anther, which later became the CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation, but later. No template, it was just text with returns to the line under it, just passing with the enter key. And over the years, we got 6 major issues raised by the community because it led to a lot of conflicts, a lot of grief, and it remained in other spaces. So we're going to the next section. There were a survey helping to shepherd this back to 8 years ago, and that concluded that the procedure name was no longer relevant because it was more supposed to be it evolved to a notability debate for pages, and not something for just for deletions. There are speedy deletion process too now. And this procedure was also used to discuss the merits of categories, template, and other meta pages. It is more a discussion than a vote. And there is an everlasting debate on the Wikipedia in French about either just voting or studying the merits of the statement of the debate made, the comments. Of course, in other wikis, it's often the comments, the quality, but it doesn't work like that for everyone, because some people are very strict. They're very square in a way to think that it should be votes. We say it's supposed to be deleted or not. It's also used by default. It's used by default as a maintenance of notability banners that are named in French admissibilité à vérifier, and they have to be checked quite often. We have editors creating. We got editors creating pages for deletions quite often, but they were not ready for deletion. They were just to be checked for their notability. Nobody really wanted them to be deleted. They were just often just a question, like there doesn't seem to be enough sources. Next, we also have the templates, what they were saying. So we had the suppression templates that talks about notability, and so those have other templates like page conservée, which is for page kept, and it says, translated, after being proposed for notability debate, this page has been kept. You can view the now closed and archived notability debate. Sorry, it's bad translation. And also it was not a comment for the very use for this procedure to cause conflict and resentment amongst contributors. Newbies or not felt very hurt to see their page labeled to be deleted. It was something that was very hurtful, and it was not very well understood in their guts. For newbies, it was more confusing because they were often just starting to contribute. Sometimes they didn't understand very well how Wikipedia works. Sometimes it could have just be an article moved into their draft space in their own user space. So a discussion opens in February the 10th, 2021, and is closed in mid-January 2022, and the voting opens soon after. We set the voting period for about 4 weeks, ending at midnight at Paris time, because most of the contributors are living in France. It's just statistics. So there is a timeline. Yes, it was a very complicated process. It started too early. They were conflicting with other initiatives. Like, for example, I posted first in the bistro, the equivalent of the village pub there, asking for opinions about ideas for alternate names for the procedure, and meanwhile someone else with a lot of enthusiasts didn't shake and just launch the process, the discussions for the voting without checking this first. That is what quite discouraging. There were a lot of talks with high and low periods and activity. It was very, very dried out. There were a lot of topic discussions because the topic was just renaming and avoiding very, very conflicting propositions for reform of the process itself. Yes, it was over 11 months and it was almost abandoned. And at the end, we just said, you know what? Let's just launch the vote. Let's just set a threshold for voting, and let's just launch the vote. It was a vote with the black method, by the way. It was A, B, or C to choose an order in the preference number with superior, inferior, and equal. So the goals were to remove the stigma or injunction-like nature of the current page for deletion, page à supprimer, designation. When it's a debate whether a page is acceptable or notable or not. It's mistranslation for me, my bad. And the deletion debates can result in the page being retained too. There were a lot of options like moving the page to another sister project like the Wiktionary. There were things like just a split or a merge, and this procedure was used instead of the regular merge or split procedures. It could be just a renaming. It will be moved. I improved a little the page, the template for this quite recently by getting inspired by the Wikipedia in English, by the way. So we got the results. So there were two questions, and for the first question, there were the Wikipedia page for deletion that will be not titled Wikipedia Notability Debate, sorry, mistranslation, with a retroacting renaming. And the division, there was also a proposal that was kept in the discussions and also put into the voting pages about whether or not keeping the division for expressions opinions to keep, delete, and etc. Like merging and other options. And people prefer to keep this, while personally, yeah, what I understand, it can be too cluttered with too many comments. I think the choice to put the keep and delete options first is biasing the debate, because it suggests it should be these two options, and maybe it could be improved in some way with more user interface tools in the future, or maybe, I don't know. And so we had consequences with a case study with a notability issue with the page named macroner, or in English, the verb to macron. And I'm going to try to share this to Michael. I'm going to share the link for the chat so everyone can see this this page and how it's ordered currently, and so you can see how it works. I posted the link to Telegram, or maybe I can paste directly to so how does it work? I should try to open feedloop. Wikimania virtual, and I'm going to just bad one. Feedloop. Wikiloop, Wikimania. 10.3. Oh, sorry, Michael. I posted the link on your Telegram. So, all right, maybe you can so open in the tabs, please. It's just a page of the Wikipedia in French. So macroné was a verb about something about a word known in the war of Ukraine. And it was a word mostly created by the Ukrainians in their own words, in their own language, because there were Emmanuel Macron, the French president currently, that appeared and said it was very deeply concerned. And it was not something about very direct consequence, very outcome. Basically, the person is very concerned, says is talking a lot, discussing a lot, but there is no result at all from these talks, and it's just talking, and just nothing. And actually, the page was better suited for the Wiktionary in French. And if you screen below to there were discussions, and there were the opinions named avis in French, and there were some kept, and massively the delete option was chosen for a page that was supposed to be moved to a sister wiki. So this is an interface issue, maybe. There is an habit issue from everyone that's just used to post the URL to keep and to delete, and without really processing the outcome. In the delete, you have a lot of transfer to move the page, and it's so it posted in under the wrong section. It should be posted under the other other results possible. So it's not really suited. It's oh, sorry, slower. Okay, so what I meant is a lot of people on the page voted for a transfer or voted for a deletion, but it wasn't really for a deletion. It was mostly to move the article to the Wikipedia, sorry, the Wiktionary in French. So now it was, we had the results, and it was deleted, and I'm not sure whether or not it was really kept. So yes, it's now on the Wiktionary in French. So I'm going to share this with Michael, so you can have the link too. And so yes, so macroné to Macron, it's a neologism, and it's it can mean to show, to be worried about a situation but doing nothing concretely, or faking help. And it was already present in the French media, and it was already kind of transition in French too, and it's also a word available in Korean. So yes, in conclusion, it's a process that was the change of the name quite led to a lot of changes in the template. It helped a lot to streamline what we mean with the procedure, but people don't seem to quite understand how the page of the process to give opinions, to give discussion is working. There is a lot of text, and the user interface doesn't seem very friendly for this. And I think a lot of things are still complicated, and some point of tensions between user still exists. But at least one point of tension is solved. And I think I remember that some names for the procedures in other language Wikipedias are more about notability and real discussions than votes or to delete pages. I think it will be quite very useful for communities that still have the page for deletion name to today to consider to change their name to, for example, the Wikipedia in English. Is it worth it to keep such name? Isn't it confusing for newbies and maybe hurtful in general for any kind of editor to say, hey, I started a page for deletion process for your page, but it's not for deletion, it's just for checking. It's still hurtful. So I'm finished here. So I think we only have a few minutes left. So if you have questions for me, so please write them down. Do pages still get deleted? Is it just cosmetic? Pages still get deleted, but the presentation, the section were a little changed. For example, I added a lot of changes with another contributor that should have been co-speaker with me, but couldn't make it, unfortunately. And we changed quite a lot at the starting templates used to initialize the page, the notability debates. So we made the language a little simpler. I think it's better worded now, but it's still, I think, too chatty. It's not very well organized. There are not images to lead people to have something clear and easy to read. It's not very accessible, I think. Other questions? I'm going to check also the Etherpad. No, we don't have anything for question for the speaker there. Question and answer tab has nothing. So I'm leaving you 1 minute to write down any possible long question. There is a lot of rippling noise. Is it better now? What is the speaker handle on username, please? GN Squire. I'm going to write it down myself. Doesn't work. Speaker change where? Yes, I've got a few compatibility issues. So yeah, if you want to talk with me, I'm going to be available in the networking space. So we could chat more freely and without the time constraint. So thank you for everyone. Thank you for bearing with me despite the issues with the slide and the screen sharing. And see you in the networking space. Bye.